President Biden of doing? Are we not suggesting that Biden is letting in illegals by the truckloads? I don't think that would make much difference. I mean, that's what we're already suggesting is happening. So I don't see where that makes a difference. Looking in the comments, I don't know what's going on, but we'll try. This is, by the way, folks, on TikTok. This is the backup platform. They got my main platform down for a few days. They banned it because of some LGBT conversation we had last week. So it's going to certainly affect the numbers, have an effect on the numbers that we have tonight because this is not the main platform. This is the backup page, the Handsome Libera. Obviously, the main page is the Handsome Liberal, but the backup page is missing the final L. So I would implore any of you folks, feel free to follow this particular page, but the main page is the Handsome Liberal. We'll be back there in a few days. But looking at the comments, Tim, better get them numbers up, bro. Anthony, that's not likely to happen on the backup page. This is the backup page, so it's going to make a difference. Welcome back from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good to have you on up in there in Canuck territory. Let me ask you, coming from Canada, what do you guys think about the American political scheme, American presidential political scheme in Canada? Do they tend to favor Biden or Trump more? Now, you guys got Justin Trudeau up there, and I know my right-leaning Canadians are no fans of Trudeau. So let me know in the comments. But moving on with the program, I feel you, buddy. Anthony Hoggies, yeah, the numbers are not going to be very strong tonight because it is a backup page. But who is Trump going to pick for VP, says Frank Tragone? What is that? What is the South Dakota governor? That really pretty woman. I actually think she may get it. The governor of South Dakota. I cannot think of her name right now. She's very attractive, and Trump and his attractive woman. It would not surprise me, but I think that her politics also resonates with Trump and MAGA. So yeah, Christy Noam. Thank you, and Andre S. and Frank Fragone. Yeah, I think Christy might get it. I do think she might get it. I don't think Vivek's going to get it. Somebody talked about Tim Scott. Definitely not. Right now, anything could change, but right now, my guess is Christy Noam would be good. Now, I thought, if you had asked me a year ago or something like that, I would have said Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She also was, she served under Trump. She's now the governor of Arkansas. She left MAGA on really good terms. She still remains on good terms. So I would have said Sarah Huckabee Sanders because she held down the fort pretty damn good while Trump was president. Marjorie Taylor Greene, no. No, that's a dead no on Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think that, I don't know what Marjorie Taylor, that's, to me, Marjorie Taylor Greene is similar to the likes of Candace Owens. When folks are suggesting Candace Owens or Tulsi Gabbard, for instance, all they really add is chaos, insults, insults that people that support Trump likes. But in terms of real policy and things like that, Marjorie Taylor Greene, no. In fact, I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene would be a detriment to Trump because she's further to the right than Trump. So yeah, I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene would be a good choice. But you never know. I mean, Trump can be quite unpredictable, which is why a lot of folks like him to begin with. So he could potentially go with MTG, but I don't think so. Not to mention MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene is in a district. The way it's gerrymandered or designed, she could be a congresswoman there. She could be like Mitch McConnell or somebody, or Betty and Nancy Pelosi on the right. She could be there for a long time. So you got somebody that's far right, leave her there. I don't think she'll ever be promoted to senator, or in Georgia right now, considering that Georgia has now become kind of purplish. So I think they would leave her there. Tim, pretty sure we made a bet 3 to 4 months ago about Norm being VP. Did we? No, we did not, Anthony. No, we did not. Because I would have remembered that. But I do believe that Christy Norm could be his VP. I think she'd be a decent choice. Now you guys know where my politics is, but I do believe in being able to see both sides, and I think that she really is a good fit for the Trump administration, for the MAGA movement altogether. She's not putting up a lot of resistance. I hate to say a yes man or a yes woman, but I don't think she would be. I don't think she would hurt Trump in any way. I really don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, has said anti-Semitic shit, things like that. I don't think Kristi Noem of South Dakota, she's the current governor of South Dakota for folks in the comments. I don't think that she would hurt Trump in any way. Now, I see in the comments somebody pointed out she's being railroaded for killing her dog. I talked to somebody about that earlier today. Someone who came up on in a rural setting, and apparently that happens. If you got a violent animal and what is it, the kennel or whatever. Apparently that happens. When you got pets but these aren't pets though. These are work animals. Whether they're scaring coyotes and things off your land, or whether they are grouping the sheep or the herd together. I mean, these are work animals, and apparently, I was told that when you're running a farm or something like that of that nature, a business, you don't view the animals like we would view the pet that some of you folks may have in your bedroom at night or something like that. It's a business, and if the animal is dangerous and violent and aggressive, apparently that's what happens. So I don't think Kristi Noem will. I don't think that'll hurt her. I just don't. I don't now. I think most of the folks that would go after Kristi Noem for what she did, it would be bleeding heart liberals, folks on the left anyway. They're not going to vote for her anyway. Carrie Lake for VP, maybe, but she's already proven she can't hold her own state. Carrie Lake has already lost Arizona. Does Trump want to put a loser in as his VP? I mean, he's trying to make sure he doesn't fall under the category of being a loser. So I don't see that. I don't, like I said, I could be wrong in any of these, but I do believe Kristi Noem would be a better choice than Carrie Lake, because Carrie Lake is likely not to win the Senate in Arizona either now that they've went so tough on the abortion ban. Fuzzard, her attacks of John McCain is what hurt Carrie Lake in her state. Fuzzard, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Did you say that killing a 14-month-old dog is not going to hurt her?
With Republicans, MAGA, no.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Let me just say it this way.
And a goat, by the way, a baby goat.
Yeah, I don't think killing a human would hurt you with MAGA. The man just said he can shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue. I'm thinking they'll be okay with the puppy.
All right, touche, my friend, touche. So she's also got some other issues. I mean, but again, like you said, amongst MAGA, it would take a lot. So you could be right. She had during the convention, she was a nightmare. All of her, I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but just her antics and her over the top. We are the people. She had this really obnoxious speech.
Kind of like Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Right,
yeah. What did Kimberly Guilfoyle yell out? She said something really loud, kind of like Howard Dean back in the day, something crazy. Yeah, but
I mean, they're very much like Howard Dean. How did Howard Dean? I mean, you look at what we're dealing with now. How did Howard Dean get kicked off that? I mean, the poor bastard. He probably would have been a president.
Yeah. Well, I would say also, considering how the left viewed the likes of Mitt Romney, he's going to put y'all back in chains and things like that. Compared to now, I think the left would view Mitt Romney as really soft. I mean, they went considerably further right. So, I mean, that does happen.
Well, I lived in Massachusetts, and I voted for Mitt Romney for our governor.
Oh. Well, when he was in Massachusetts, he was kind of, I mean, he put the healthcare plan in. He was kind of leftish, wasn't he? Like Chris Christie, not hardcore right.
And the person he was going against was bad shit crazy.
Oh, okay.
So that helped.
Right. Any chance you might vote for Trump then if you voted for Mitt Romney?
Fuck, oh, Jesus, Tim. Come on.
Well, I mean, if you gave Mitt Romney a chance, you might get Trump a chance.
Mitt Romney, like you said, was a lot more left than what that is, and the circumstances were quite a bit different. But I don't know. You could be right. I thought the 14-month-old puppy, but now you're saying it. Yeah, Donald Trump says I could shoot anyone in Fifth Avenue.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I think on the left side of the aisle, shooting a puppy might cause some problem. Hell, on the left side of the aisle, chopping down a tree may make some of the bleeding heart liberals mad at you. But on the MAGA side, you can shoot a human being and they'd be like, okay, motherfucker deserve to die. So I don't know about
on,
that one.
on Fifth Avenue. He
Yeah,
literally said.
yeah.
So
MAGA's tough.
it's hard. It's hard to argue and they admit it. They're like, yeah, no, that's not a
Yeah.
problem. Sexual assault, no big deal.
Yeah. Well, but I'm gonna defend my MAGA side and say this: when it comes to the potential of getting mad at Kristi Noem for shooting a puppy or letting Biden become president, you can shoot 100 puppies. They're gonna still vote for the right. They're not gonna get rid of them because of a puppy.
Well, what do you think they would do if Barack Obama shot a puppy?
Shoot Barack Obama? I don't know.
Actually, wasn't there something about Barack Obama abusing a puppy or something? Yeah, I have to go back. I think there was something about him abusing animals.
I don't know in regards to Obama, but I know Joe Biden's dog has bitten a few people. Sound like it might need to be
Yeah.
put down. Yeah, Joe Biden's dog has done that.
And now that actually might be a Mitt Romney story that I'm thinking of. Now I gotta go back and look. There was someone that had some puppy issue, but yeah, what was I'm trying to think of Biden's dog's name. But yeah, he bit some Secret Service or something like that, right?
Yeah, he did. I think their dog has been.
Major.
Yeah, he's bitten more than one person though. Let me ask you this though. Because I started the program off playing a clip from Joe Rogan suggesting that Biden will not be on the ballot in November. That he's likely to drop out, and Kamala will not want the job, and they'll likely put Gavin Newsom in. Do you see any possibility of that being valid?
So this has been going on for a while. No, at no point did I see this as valid. I've heard this
Vol,
for a
thank you.
while.
Yeah, so you don't see Joe Rogan being correct at all.
No, not a chance.
Yeah.
If this was going to happen, it would have happened a few months ago. But what I heard it initially was Michelle Obama, and it's like Michelle Obama has already said over and over she is not running for president, and she's not going to trump over Joe. So
I don't know. Let me ask it to you this way: what if you heard? Now you lean left, correctly?
yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay. If you heard that Michelle Obama, via the backdoor channels, had got word up to the White House that she would run if Biden was willing to give her the opportunity, and the word came back to the Obamas that Biden wanted to go ahead and proceed and do it anyway, how would that make you feel if you knew you could have Michelle Obama and it was the Bidens who told her, no, I got it?
You're going to make me answer this.
I wouldn't have you on here if I didn't ask the tough questions.
But no. So I am one of the rare people that is actually voting for Biden. I did the first time. I am voting for Biden. I think he deserves another round. I think he's done a phenomenal job. He got us out of COVID. You can say what you want, where we are with inflation. He has done phenomenal. The pocketbook.
Wait, let me make sure I'm getting this clear. Your phrase is Joe Biden as president has done quote unquote phenomenal.
Yeah, 100%.
Why hasn't it resonated with the people of America? You don't have too many American voters that say that Biden has been phenomenal.
When you break it down and you sit down with someone that's willing to listen, willing to talk, and someone with not fuck Joe Biden, Trump 2024 intellect, okay, you're willing to talk it through, you can't dispute the numbers. You can't. The GDP, yeah, I understand that some things have gone back up. Inflation was up over 9%. Now they're down below 4%. They're within management. All these things you cannot, and they're very in line with where Donald Trump was, if not better. So you can't argue it.
Can you argue with the fact that we're now, for the most part, the fuel behind two wars? Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine. The Americans are behind both of those. That didn't exist under Trump. What say you?
So, so were we in a war under Trump?
We were
All
getting.
four, all four, all 4 years under Trump, were we in a war?
Well, if you want to say we were in a war all 4 years with Trump, then you got to give him credit for ending it. When Trump left office, we were leaving Afghanistan. He had negotiated a deal. I'm not a fan of negotiating with the Taliban, but he had negotiated a deal, and we were on our way out, which some would suggest that Biden messed up the exit.
Well, it was Trump's exit, right?
No, Biden, the way we left, the equipment we left there, 13 service personnel perished on our exit. That happened under Biden. That's not something Trump did.
And that's fair. So, okay, so equipment left behind, and I have never served, and I don't believe you have either.
No, I know
So
I have not.
I can't speak on it. Right. I have friends that have. I've talked to. There's actually a gentleman on this app, Road Rebel, who has served. He's very well decorated, what have you. He says that's common practice. Everyone I've talked to, so leaving equipment behind is common practice.
Okay.
It's just cheaper to leave it there than bring
Yeah.
it back. Just disassemble it.
I don't, something, and I've heard that too, because I know George W. Bush left a ton of F-150s and things like that in Iraq. But here's the issue I have: when they say it's cheaper to leave it there, there's a lot of other countries in that region, particularly with Afghanistan is right near Pakistan, I believe, and Pakistan is somewhat of a friend. Why not just sell the stuff to them dirt cheap? At least you profit something from it.
Well, Afghanistan. I mean, we were still, and I think we did make out deals with Afghanistan. A lot of the stuff we left behind, we left intact for Afghanistan. Is my understanding.
They didn't give us any money for it, I don't think, though.
Probably not. No,
No.
I mean we were. I mean, yeah, it was what it was. It's like, okay, guys, it's been a nice 20 years. Here's some parting gifts.
Yeah. I don't here's the issue. We know the Taliban is oppressive as hell because we use that as partially the reason for going there in the first place. So when Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban, we knew eventually that country was going to go right back to the oppression that it used to be, which is why I'm not a fan of Trump negotiating with the Taliban. But at the same time, we could have gotten a lot of that equipment out. I mean, how hard is it to fly, the what do you call it, the Black Hawks and things like that we left behind to the country that borders them?
I mean, I don't know of all of it, but and like I said, like my understanding is it's every war. It's just less expensive to disassemble it and leave it there.
Yeah.
And I heard actually a story of in Vietnam that okay, they reassembled this stuff, not with our technology. Okay,
Right.
so you have a
Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe that they could reassemble that stuff. Not in the they may be to reassemble it and use it, but it would look like those cars over in Cuba where they're just putting any damn thing to make. Yeah, it ain't gonna be effective like it was when we had it.
I'll tell you what. I lived in Bakersfield, California for a little while, and I was out. I worked outdoors. I was sitting there, and I watched a helicopter, a military helicopter, have a hard landing. Okay, if it wasn't considered a crash, it was a hard landing. They were there that fast and got everything out of that thing. Like
Wow.
all the heavy equipment. I mean, and it was within minutes. And they had that thing stripped, and they left that thing for there for 2 days before they moved it. But they had all the
All the
equipment
confidential,
stuff
yeah,
out.
all the confidential stuff. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think we left anything that would put Americans in any significant jeopardy. I'm just saying it seemed like just to get it from Afghanistan to Pakistan. In fact, if you had sold that stuff to Pakistan for dirt cheap, you could have made them cover all the cost of hauling it and everything. I mean, because they got plenty of fuel, so you paid everything. You just give us, rock bottom prices, and send somebody over here. We had control of the whole damn country. So it's not like the Taliban could have stopped us from selling it to begin with. But I think that the way our budget is set up with the Defense Department, they know it probably was better off for them financially to leave it and then charge the American taxpayers the money for missing equipment and get new stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's exactly where the burn pits come from, is destroying that
Yeah.
stuff. So,
So
I mean, that's just the way we operate now. Is it? Yeah, like you said, there's people know a lot more about this than I do that say it's cheaper or easier or more beneficial to do it this way. Who
Yeah.
am I to question it?
Yeah.
Just like
I'll
people
go
act
with that as
like
well. I'll go with that as well. So at the end of the day, I got to move it on. But at the end of the day, you do believe Biden will be on the ballot in November.
100%. And real quick, back to what I was saying on the question, it's just like MAGA. Who are you guys to question Jack Smith? Really? You guys.
They believe the man is. They believe the man is a plant from the Biden administration, weaponized DOJ. You know how they do it. Fuzzer,
I know. I hear it every day. Always a good time, Tim.
anytime, anytime.
Hey, good.
Oh, I didn't get the last part, but Fuzzer, anytime you come on back through. So that's what we're asking, folks. You see what's on the monitor behind yours truly. I'll give you the clip. I think a lot of you folks probably have already heard what we're having the program about, but this clip is only a few seconds long, just so you can hear what we actually are discussing in regards to the suggestion that President Biden will not be on the ballot.
Pull Joe Biden out of the 2024 race in May.
May.
I think he's got until May.
No way.
I feel like right around May they're going to pull him.
No way.
Yeah.
And Newsom comes in.
I think he just has health problems, and then the country understands, and Newsom is going to have his support fully, and Kamala is going to I don't even want to be president. I'm cool with being vice president.
So
Bold prediction.
It's cheaper.
And Kamala not wanting a job, I guess that's also something to add on. Is there anybody, what is it, 6 months until the election? Is there anybody tuned in right now that believes what Joe Rogan is saying is even remotely likely? I mean, now, first question I'd ask before we go back to the box, what kind of health problems? Confirmed health problems, not folks diagnosing Joe Biden as having dementia or Alzheimer's through the television, but what kind of confirmed health problems does President Biden have? He just was at the correspondence dinner last night. I mean, did anybody come walking away from that saying the man had dementia? So I want to ask you folks, do you believe what Rogan said has any shred of possibility to it? We'll go straight to Phoenix on the box. Good evening, Phoenix. Biden has access to the best health care in America. Damn right he does. Phoenix, what do you think? Biden is out in November. Any chance of that being true?
I'm not a big fan of President Biden, but I don't see anything at all that would say that makes no sense to me.
Let me ask you this now. Now, you said you're not a fan of Biden. Is it safe to assume you also lean right, or are you a Democrat that just doesn't like Biden?
No, I am a conservative.
Okay. Conservative MAGA or traditional Republican?
I'm a constitutional conservative, so I'm not MAGA. I'm not. I don't fit in a very.
You don't fit in the box. Okay, you don't fit in the box. That's fine. So let me ask you this. As a constitutional conservative, you had 9 choices for the Republican nomination, all the way from Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott. Did you go for anyone else other than Trump as a constitutional, a constitutionalist conservative?
Yeah, I actually kind of like Nikki Haley in some ways. I need to go ahead and do a lot more research. I've had some health issues, so I haven't been doing as much research as I want to. I'm not a huge fan of Trump. I mean, I swear if he would have deleted his Twitter account, he would have won the election.
I agree. I think that's well said. If he'd have deleted his Twitter account, he would have won. I agree with. Let me ask you this though. At this stage in the game, even though she is out now, if you had a choice and it was up to you to put in the Republican nomination, it was down to Trump or Nikki Haley, would you pick Nikki Haley over Trump?
Honestly, I'd have to look more at what Nikki Haley says on her website, because I haven't done that research yet. But just personality-wise, yes.
Wow. Okay. All right. Fair enough. So wanted to see where you were. So now, in regards to Biden, you said you're no fan, but you don't think Rogan is correct. But I guess the question I would ask would it even matter though for folks who don't support Biden? Would it make any difference to you at all if Rogan was correct and they got rid of Biden and put Gavin Newsom in, would that make any change to your vote at all? Because right now you got Trump and whoever he picks a VP on his side, and let's say the other side was Gavin Newsom. Would that make any difference?
Gavin Newsom scares the shit out of me.
Really? How so?
Yeah. So he's California's mayor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a big 2A guy, and a lot of things that California's done for against the 2A community are quite frightening. And I'm a big believer in making sure that we're responsible for our own safety. Okay. Right. The whole man versus bear debate that's going all over live.
That is crazy. Women are suggesting that they would prefer to be alone. What is it, on an island? If you could be on an island and there was a choice, what is it, a man or a bear? Women are saying they'd rather be with a bear because a bear is less harmful to them. Am I getting that right?
It's usually in the woods, but yeah.
Yeah, that is
and it's a random man and a random bear. I'm going you're bleeding crazy.
Yeah, I had a big argument back and forth with a feminist on my Facebook page about that same issue, and she was trying to defend why women prefer the bear, and it's because a bear has never been domestic violence and all of this, and that bears only attack when provoked, and men try to sexually assault women and things like that all the time. And I told her, why are you only assuming the bad of men? That same dude may help you build shelter. If you hurt yourself, he may be able to put a tourniquet on your leg. He can help you hunt. All of it. You're only picking out the bad things that man is capable of. That bear ain't gonna help you do any of that shit. So it's crazy. I said, not to mention, you're going to do everything on your own right up to extinction. You do need men. I didn't understand. I just couldn't understand why so many women actually favor a bear over a man. It makes no sense at all to me.
I mean, if it's a teddy bear, sure.
Fair enough.
So, can I share a quick Bible dad joke with you?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So, why is Jesus not allowed in the jewelry store?
Why is Jesus not allowed in the jewelry store? I have no answer for that.
Because he breaks every chain, brother.
Because he breaks every chain. You got to explain that. I don't quite get that.
Right, so a lot of a lot of addictions are described as being chained.
Okay.
So he breaks the chains of
well, I get it. I don't know if I see the humor in that, because you could be addicted to religion. I mean, some folks are so deeply devoted to religion that they can barely function. I mean, I hate to say it, but religion can be an addiction as well.
True.
Yeah. So
very true.
I don't know if Jesus breaks that one. Real quick on YouTube, Noda banned account. Why can't we just arrest MAGA extremists already? Now, let me pass it on you, because you mentioned that Gavin Newsom scares the hell out of you in regards to his 2A limiting. That California has been very limiting on Second Amendment rights. Now he's talking about MAGA extremists. Does anything about Trump scare the hell out of you?
Yeah.
Which is?
The way that he didn't actually speak up on January 6th.
What do you think he should have said?
Can I be very blunt for a moment?
Absolutely. That's what we prefer.
Fucking stop. Fucking stop.
So
I think that should have been on every single airwave. I think that should have been broadcast, and I think he was derelict in his duties during that time.
So let me. I'm gonna have to move it on, but I want to ask you this. Now, you started out by saying you don't like Biden, you lean right, you're a constitutional conservative, but you're also saying that because Trump was, you're suggesting that Trump was derelict in his duty by I think it was about a 4-hour gap in time on January 6th. Do you believe that should disqualify him from being president?
Well, it's not a felony and it's not a misdemeanor. It was unethical.
Okay.
So that it's legally it should not bar him.
Okay. So would you be okay voting for a president that's unethical?
That's kind of my conundrum right now. This is something I'm weighing right now
Okay.
because the direction that the country is going right now, I think, is unwinnable. I don't think that there. I mean, our inflation is through the roof. There is a lot of the tribal culture that we have of the right versus left. The left is absolutely just stupid. And
What is the wait? What is the left doing that is, as you say, stupid?
I said that the right versus left.
Oh, you mean the whole tribalism in general is stupid.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta move it on, but you mentioned January 6th real quick. Do you believe Trump is correct in saying that he won the 2020 election by a landslide?
No.
Do you think he won at all?
No.
So you believe he's saying he won when he actually lost?
Correct.
So do you believe that is also unethical?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. So if you don't like Biden, I get it. Is it safe to say that if you do vote for Trump, you'll be pinching or holding your nose the whole time?
I might just go ahead and toss it for RFK, honestly.
Wow. All right, Phoenix. Good conversation. Come on back anytime, man. That's interesting. It's interesting. Constitutional conservative that doesn't necessarily favor Trump due to his antics. That makes sense to some. That does make sense. Appreciate you coming on, Phoenix.
All right, have a good day.
You too. Wow. That's an interesting opinion. I don't get those too much. He made it clear he's absolutely no Biden fan. I haven't talked to a conservative that, at the very least, considered Nikki Haley in quite a while. Most of MAGA believe that Nikki Haley is damn near a liberal. So that was interesting. By the way, folks, let me make sure I let you guys know, because we're on the backup page. Program is always will be MAGA friendly. It's always been that way since day one. It always will be. We do not block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So understand that's how the program is always ran. Generally, we hear Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Central. But tonight, if I figured I'd get on here and talk to you folks, because of the whole notion that folks are suggesting that Biden is not going to be on the ballot. I'm a bit suspicious of that, but I do want to let you know the program is uncensored. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section or yours truly. That's how the program has always been ran. Free speech reigns supreme. Caller is correct. What Trump did is legal under the First Amendment, but unethical. All right, CH. Well, it does have to be adjudicated in court. I think here's the issue in regards to the suggestion that what Trump did is legal but unethical. If Jack Smith, who was prosecuting that case against Trump, if he can show evidence that they planned ahead of time for some of that stuff to happen, that makes it go beyond First Amendment. So we have to see what happens. For instance, telling folks you won if he can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, talking about Jack Smith, I'll go back to the box, but if he can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that when Trump went there on January 6th, he absolutely knew he had lost, that goes above and beyond First Amendment at that point. If he can prove that this guy knew he lost and just decided to do that anyway, I think that goes beyond being unethical at that point. Now it's clear that you're just trying to really piss people off and rile people up on what you know is fraudulent and fake. So we'll see what comes up from Jack Smith. Looking in the comments, reasonable doubt means you have to have all the facts, says Lucy Lou. That's what we're talking about. If you can get the likes of Mike Pence, Attorney General Barr, and his administration to testify that they told Trump he lost, they looked into all of the claims of how he said fraud took place, they came back and told him that these claims are unfounded, because remember, Trump's job is not to go talk to Dominion or find out about if illegals voted or something like that. I mean, Attorney General Barr was America's top cop. He's the one that could get subpoenas and do investigations and actually follow through on what Trump's claiming. If he comes back and tells Trump, "Sir, what you said happened. We looked into it and it didn't happen," and Trump goes, "Well, I refuse to believe it," at some point you have to ask, is it that he believes he won the election because of something he saw, or is it just he refuses to accept anything other than I won? So we'll see what ends up happening with that. Trump cheated the election. That's why he claims he won. The fix was in. You think the Dems want to take our guns? Laugh my ass off. Watch what Putin does to the United States, says Reginald Wright. Let me, before I go back to the box, I just want to say, although I'm a fan of being able to protect your family, I do carry, conceal myself. I think that we treat guns in America like they are some kind of security blanket. When I say security blanket, I mean, how a child, if left in a room alone, scared to be there, will get under a blanket, believing that nobody can see him, and he's safe. I mean, you can clearly see the outline of a child in the bed. The child is not safe, but he thinks the blanket is making him safe. I think we give way too much credit to the Second Amendment. I think other than defending your family, a lot of the other stuff is simply not true. The tyranny part, for instance, we believe that carrying, having the Second Amendment helps prevent a tyrannical government. The reason that doesn't make any sense to me, at least, we've had slavery, the oppression of African Americans, the oppression of women. Gays just got the right to vote in 2015. We've had a tyrannical government most of our history. I mean, not being able to vote is tyranny, right? If your government says you can't vote, is that not tyranny? You don't have any say so. That's what women were dealing with until 1920. You clearly had gun rights in the country well before 1920. Didn't stop the government from being tyrannical. You want to look at the after slavery, look at all the Jim Crow laws that prevented, people of color from. I mean, you had gun rights during that time. There were black gun owners in America during the Jim Crow era. It didn't stop a tyrannical government. And of course, like I mentioned, same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, all of that stuff was banned well after the Second Amendment of 1789 or whenever the Second Amendment came along. That stuff went on for hundreds of years. So the idea that you can't have the idea that the Second Amendment prevents a tyrannical government doesn't resonate with what's actually happening in the country. I mean, there are guns in Iraq. The government's still tyrannical. There are guns in most of the Middle Eastern countries. The citizens can get access to guns, and there's still tyranny. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just telling you based on what you can actually see. I live in a country, and it takes the sheriff 30 minutes to get here. We got to defend ourselves. Now, Reginald White, I agree that a firearm gives you the ability to defend your family. But I think it stops there. The issue with invasion and tyranny, I don't think your firearm is going to do much for that, because technology has superseded what you can have on your person. I mean, now that they got drones, and I mean, obviously there's all types of firepower that an enemy can bestow upon you where you never have any contact with the enemy. I mean, you see what Iran did. If it wasn't for the government of Israel, with the assistance of the United States and the UK, the citizens of Israel, who can carry guns, by the way, all citizens of Israel can have guns, they would have been drowning in cruise missiles and drones. Nothing they had at home would have been able to stop what Iran sent. It was the military that stopped Iran. If it wasn't for them shooting that stuff down, all of that stuff would have rained down on Israel, and folks would have been on the streets shooting their little pistols up at the sky, hoping to take it. You can't stop. You don't have enough at home to thwart a military invasion. I just don't believe you do. Looking in the comments, you can never beat millions on your own territory. I'm just simply saying a gun gives you the ability to protect your family, and after that, it kind of stops after that. Believing it can stop tyranny or a invasion, I believe that's when you're entering the realm of a security blanket, just, giving it more credit than it's capable of. Going back to the box though, we'll go to In Limbo. Good evening. Welcome to the program In Limbo. Is it possible that Joe Biden will be taken off the ballot? In Limbo, good evening. Hey, good to have you on, man. So what do you think? You think that what Rogan said has any realm of possibility to it where Joe Biden won't be on the ballot in 6 months?
It's too late for that, brother.
Yeah.
It's too late for that. You can't change now.
Yeah.
Joe Biden has done great for this country. I mean, people just don't want to see it. That's the problem. And referring to your last guest, who said that all liberals are dumb.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said the fight of liberals and Republicans is dumb. I thought he said the same thing. He corrected it. He said that the back and forth between liberals and Republicans is dumb.
See, Tim, the thing about us, right, as liberals, and I'm a business owner, so I don't want to isolate half the country, right?
Okay.
So I'm not talking about MAGA in particular in here. I'm talking about all the other MAGA outside of this live that we're doing, okay?
Okay.
So, we have been, for the last 7 years, trying to open your eyes to see that you're being conned. That you're being conned by this con man. And you're being scammed. And you have been being scammed, not only by Donald Trump, but by the Republican Party. And we have tried our best to let you see, to open your eyes, to see that you're being conned. They don't want to see it, and they lash back, and they hurl insults at us, and we've been taking it for years and years and years, and I think it's time that we're done. We're done listening to the bullshit from the MAGA. They can't point to any facts. They think they're experts on whatever the subject is every 3 months. They're suddenly experts on that. They don't know how our political system works. They don't know how government works. They want tyranny. They want authoritarianism. I mean, this is where we're at, Tim. This is Republicans' last stand. We are witnessing right now the fall of the Republican Party, Christianity, white nationalism, white supremacy. We are witnessing the fall of all of that right now.
Wait. You saying we're witnessing
history that we're witnessing right now.
You're saying we're witnessing the fall of white nationalism and white supremacy? Really?
Yeah, absolutely, Tim.
How?
Let's go back to the time when you couldn't, like in the 90s. Okay, look, I'm an Asian American. I grew up as an Asian American. I'm a Gen Xer. So I grew up in the 70s and 80s, right? And I dealt with my fair share of racism. Come on. Ching Chong, go back to your country. Hey, you've heard of Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese. Look at these,
Yeah.
You know the phrase, right?
Yeah.
I bet some of you even pulled your skirts out right now as I said that, right? So, that hasn't, we haven't seen that. And then suddenly when Trump became president, you saw all of that coming back. I get on like Newsmax and I try to, debate with the, my conservative brothers, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And suddenly, Ching Chong, go back to your country, all of that stuff is coming back. The N-word, I've been seeing the N-word a lot online. It's emboldened racists to be racist again. That's what this movement has been about.
But do you see Trump himself as being racist?
No, it's like saying George Wallace was racist. He wasn't. I don't know if George Wallace was racist or not, but he knew that if he wanted to become president, he had to cater to those racists.
Okay. So you see President Trump. Wait. You see President Trump as catering to racists?
Absolutely. The whole Republican Party has to.
Wow. They
have to. That's the thing that sucks for Republicans. Even if they're not racist, they have to cater to racists because that's like 40% of their base.
Wow. 40%? That's a huge. You believe 40% of the Republican base is racist?
Absolutely, dude.
Wow.
Absolutely. They are 100. They just took off their hoods and put on a red hat. That's it.
Damn. So when I hold this up, you're seeing a synonym for a Klan hat.
Absolutely. That's the same in history. that will go down as the same as the Nazi symbol. I promise you.
Wow. So let me ask you: if you were walking down the street, happened to be outside after dark, and you saw 5 guys approaching you wearing these hats. I'm assuming they're white, but they could be black. But you see 5 guys approaching you wearing this hat. What would be your opinion?
You know they're white, Tim. Stop playing. You know they're white. If they were black, I would have to say something. I'd be like, yo, brother, what's wrong with you? You know?
Okay, let's go with that then. You got 5 white guys walking towards you down the sidewalk. It's after dark. They're all wearing this hat. What comes across your mind?
Man, I'm crossing the street like we used to do for brothers back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying that the MAGA hat will go down in history as a symbol of hate?
Dude, in the future, and I'm saying this now, in the future, when you look at conservative rallies, you are going to see the Confederate flag and you're going to see MAGA hat. I promise you that this will be our history for the next 40, 50 years. When you go to any white supremacist rally, you will see the MAGA hat, you will see the Confederate flag, and possibly even SWAT symbols.
Wait. So you believe the MAGA hat will transcend Trump as a hate symbol? So even after Trump is wow.
After he's gone, people will hold these white supremacists will have the MAGA hat in their collections, probably in a glass box next to their can of Cyclone B and their friggin' Nazi flag and Confederate flag. It'll be like a whole, what do you call that, shrine or whatever. It's Trump. Maybe a picture of Trump after he passes away.
Wow. Because the crazy, obviously we all know the swastika was around before the Third Reich and Hitler, but they basically changed the definition of what a swastika means. Now everybody see that, they think only of Hitler. They don't think of a time before. You're saying, because Make America Great was used by Reagan, I think even Clinton used it, but you're saying that Trump has basically taken over that slogan and it will forever be shrined in hatred. Wow. Damn.
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. I mean, the fact that we're even waving the Confederate flag is absolutely mind-blowing and ridiculous. Can you imagine Germany today? People waving Nazi flags in Germany today, talking about, I'm proud of my country. I mean, can you just imagine the audacity?
Yeah, something, I've said that before. When you think about the length of time the Civil War took place in America, very short period of time, if you're going to use a symbol, to be proud of the South, considering how long the South has been around, it is kind of odd to pick the Confederate flag. I mean, the Civil War was only a handful of years. It does seem weird to pick that symbol, and not to mention the fact that they were fighting to break apart the country, not unite it. So, yeah, it is a bit odd to pick that symbol.
In the end, I'm not saying that all Republicans are racist or anything like
well,
that.
You said 40%. 40% of the Republican base is racist.
Yeah, because I believe 40% of that base are white supremacists. There's a lot of white supremacists in this country, Tim. This is not something new. They're just undercover. They just keep it quiet like they want the trans community to do. But they don't want the trans community to come out, but they want to come out. What kind of? That's not fair either. But anyway, Tim, what I'm saying is not all Republicans are racist. I'm not saying. But what I am saying is that all races are Republicans. That is what.
So all Republicans are not racist, but all races are Republicans. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
I gotta disagree. I gotta vehemently. Yeah, I gotta vehemently.
How many white supremacists do you think voted for Clinton?
Well, let me just say it this way. Hold on, hang on. When you say all races, all Republicans are not racist, but all races are. Hold on. Let me respond. Okay, let me respond to the question. Let me frame it, and I'll respond to what you're talking about. The reason why I'm framing it this way, because you went from racist, now you're mentioning white supremacists. Obviously, you can be a racist and not a white supremacist or even white. I believe Farrakhan is racist, and there's no way in hell he's a Republican.
Tim, you can't be racist okay, look, you could be racist, like you can stereotype somebody, but racism happens when you have the power. Racism doesn't mean nothing when if you're being bullied by 5 kids and they're calling you whatever the name they're calling you, and you call them something back, you think what you call them back is going to stick? It ain't going to matter. You're outnumbered 5-1.
So if you got five,
It's what it's going to be.
so
That's
if you
racism.
so if you got five, let's say you got five black guys beating the hell out of one white dude on the subway in New York City, don't they have the power? If they're beating him because he's white, is that not racism?
Okay, so, okay. Let's say we're determining the difference between just racism and institutionalized racism. So
Okay.
when I'm talking about institutionalized
That's
racism
different.
in this country,
Yeah, systemic.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, systemic. That's
systemic
yeah.
racism, exactly. I'm sorry, that was the word
Okay.
I was looking for.
All right.
I'm talking about that. Could any person be racist? Absolutely, everybody's racist. Everybody sees something different about another culture and has to say something about it.
Yeah.
And they know this. You
Okay.
know, and my culture eats rice all the time. If you notice that we eat rice every day, I'm not going to be insulted.
Yeah.
Rice is delicious.
Yeah, well, we can get into. I got to move it on. We can get into a conversation about bigotry and prejudice as well. Those a lot of times we group everything up as racism. Sometimes it's just being bigoted or being prejudiced, and it's not actually full blown racist. So the word has been thrown around so much that to some degree it's lost some of its meaning. But I get your point. In limbo, I do got to move it on though. Appreciate you.
One last thing. Mark my words. We are in a point in history where the tide is turning. This is going to be a pivotal moment in history with Donald Trump. Donald Trump he is draining the swamp because now he is exposing what the swamp is. It's the Republican Party. And you can see it. We're all watching it unfold. The house of cards is falling. This is a moment in history we will never forget. Remember this, Tim. I don't know what you're going to do with your show after this happens because you might not have much content after this, but whatever. It is what it is. It's going to be the end of racism, the end of white nationalism. We're going to come back together as a country.
All
We're
right.
going to have two sides of the Democrat Party. That's what's going to be moving forward. The Republican Party is going to be done. They are done. The youth are going to be coming up and voting, and they are not with the Republican Party at all.
All right, I got to move it on. I'll talk about it on the side. Now, let me just say real quick. I don't agree with everything he said. I do believe if Trump loses, it's going to be a detriment to the Republican Party. Is it going to get rid of racism? No. Is it going to get rid of the Republican Party? No, because the Republican Party, I will say, and I will respond to the super chat from Lord Geotron. Thank you, by the way. I'll respond to your suggestion that liberals are the collapse of whole societies. Wow. Real quick before I respond to that. If Trump loses, it's not going to get rid of the Republican Party because defending the Second Amendment, being in defense of protecting the life of the unborn, principles will still stand. The Republican principles will still stand. So even if Biden wins, I mean, you could have 10 Democrats win in a row, which will never happen. But let's say you had 10 Democrats win in a row for president. There's still going to be people on the other side that have right-wing principles. So the Republican Party is not going away. I totally disagree with that. But in regards to his comment that the MAGA hat, for instance, might go down in history as a symbol of hate and things like that, that could happen. That absolutely could happen. I've said before in the program that Trump absolutely needs to win, otherwise his legacy will be awful. He needs to win and change his legacy. Right now, Trump's legacy would let's just say the elite, the officials, the people who actually write history, it's horrible. The only folks that is balancing Trump's legacy is MAGA. And eventually they will fade away, whether it's just something dying off or whatever the case may be, but they're not controlling the history books. And the folks who are actually writing history and things like that, the networks don't speak favorably of Trump. They just don't. So he needs to win so that he can actually have some say so and improve his legacy. Otherwise, it's going to go down in history as somebody being impeached twice, lost the election, said he won it. All this is what folks are going to say. MAGA will speak differently for it. MAGA will say no, he won the election and he lied about it and things like that. But it's not enough of them. And when they, like I said, when they die off, that's what's going to be left. Keep in mind, after the Civil War, people spoke favorably of the Confederate South. after World War II, people spoke favorably of Hitler. But as they died off, the legacy left behind is that it was an evil group of people. Talking about the Confederates, talking about the Third Reich. The legacy of those is that they committed a lot of evil deeds. So unless Trump wins and corrects his legacy to some degree, it will be bad. It will be bad. But who knows? He has a good chance of potentially winning. I mean, he's still in the race, so it ain't over with. But yeah, he needs to win. Liberals collapsing whole societies. That super chat came in from Lord Geotron. How does liberals collapse a whole society? I don't elaborate on that. I don't quite get what liberals do to collapse an entire society. I would ask for an example, first of all. Give me an example of a society that was collapsed by liberals. Let me hear that. I don't know if I agree with that. Biden is already Jimmy Carter 2.0. All that Trump has to do is all that Trump has all that Trump has to do is be better than that. Nebula 1127. I don't think everybody agrees that Biden is Jimmy Carter. I mean, I hear your point, but as one of my callers came in here earlier and stated, the analysts, and I can actually tell you this is true myself from viewing analysts like Charles Payne on Fox News and Neil Cavuto and things like that. Even the right wing analysts suggest the economy is doing pretty well. So the idea that Biden is Carter, I don't think that the actual data measures up to that. I know folks don't like Biden. I get it, but the actual data, because his biggest detriment is the economy, and on paper, the U.S. economy is not doing as bad as folks are suggesting. I think that what we're not giving credit to is price gouging. I do believe the analysts are saying that, but people who don't like Biden are not, are pretending like it's Biden's fault and it's not price gouging. But I do believe a lot of folks. So I don't think Biden will be Carter. I just don't. Looking in the, but like I said, you might be right. I may be getting it wrong. We'll certainly see on that one. Continuing on with FSU. Good afternoon. Welcome, or better yet, good evening. We'll see if it brings them up. There we go. FSU. So, what do you think? You think that there's a chance Biden might not be on the ballot in 6 months?
Not a chance, Tim. How are you, by the way? It's been a minute, man.
I'm doing good. Good to have you back on. That's what I'm seeing. That's Joe Rogan, probably the most popular face on social media, suggests that Biden is going to drop out and the likes of Gavin Newsom is going to step up.
Yeah, I think the history has shown us an incumbent, you got to beat him. So, no, he's not going to drop out of the race. I think Rogan is pretty much David Pecker 2.0. He's just spreading kind of.
Wow.
They have to find a way, and pretty much, and this goes to the polling too. When you have an incumbent, no incumbent polls well. This goes back. I think the best polling from an incumbent president was Bush, and he was a horrible president. The son Bush.
Obama. Yeah, Obama was losing to Romney too. You're all right.
Like all of Clinton. Even these are historically, and I know Republicans won't agree, but these are historically two-term top 15 presidents of all time, and they even polled poorly. So that's the Republicans party, or the party that isn't in leadership. Their whole goal is to paint doom and gloom and show the current president in the worst light. And like you said, the economy, and I don't think they have a leg to stand on the border, because you had a Republican senator, author a bill, and this was a bill that was supported by both parties.
Well, I got to push back, though. Even though Trump got blamed for shooting down the border bill, which, for all intents and purposes, he certainly did that. The question is, why did Biden wait so damn long to come up with the bill to begin with? I mean, 3 years.
I'm glad you said that. That was something I've always wanted to say to you. If you look, that was one of the first things that Biden, one of the first bills that he pushed, like right when he was elected, was immigration bill. So I don't think he's done nothing. I don't think that's fair that, the Republicans killed it. But yeah, like when he was first elected and took office in 21, that was one of the first things you can look that up.
Wait. So let me get this clear. You don't think that Biden really failed us on the border at all? And by the way, folks, tap the screen on TikTok. I haven't asked that tonight. We're on the backup page, so the numbers are going to be much smaller here because the regular page is down for about 5 days after the LGBT conversation. But tap the screen. Get me on up to 30,000. So you don't believe that Biden has really failed us on the border?
I won't say I don't think. Well, to say he has failed us, I think it's a problem that's gone unresolved, like many of American problems, like healthcare, like Social Security. Like these problems drag along for a long time, and yeah, I think he attempted to address it. I think you have like a few issues. You have people that come across the border that genuinely want to work, be in America and work and provide a living for their family.
Okay.
Want education for their kids. I think the lion's share, probably well over 80% of the people want to do that. You have some of those that want to come just seasonally and work. You have some that want to come to stay, regardless of how you feel on it. They want to work. And then you have people that want to come and they're malicious and want to do bad things. And just like any subset of any demographic group, African Americans.
Yeah, I get all that, but let me make sure I'm hearing this clear. Do you believe Biden has done a poorer job at the border than Trump, or is just a problem we've always had?
I think it's a little bit of both. Maybe poorer than Trump. I think they both did a poor job. I don't think any president has done a good job. So that's my response. I don't think any president has done a good job outside of, Obama, they called him the deporting chief. And I feel like, I don't think just deporting people is even doing a good job. I think you have to have a legit path to citizenship, because regardless, this is where I stand on it. To get rid of all undocumented workers and close the border would hurt our GDP. I think we as a country need immigrants. They're cheap labor. This country has been built on that since its existence, and we need labor. They drive the GDP. They being undocumented workers, and they pay taxes. They don't get Social Security. It's almost like they're contributing, but they won't get anything on the back end. Of course, they get education.
Yeah, but it almost sounds like you're speaking in favor of immigrants right now. When right now what's going on at the border is that unpopular. Skip in the comments says referencing what you're talking about, says it's amazing how people can think the same if they get their head out of their ass or out their rear. He's saying that if you think that Trump and Biden are doing the same at the border, not only are you amazing, you got your head up your ass.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. I didn't say they were the same. I just don't think there hasn't been a president that has truly addressed understanding that we need to give people that are coming here and willing to work and do a good job and contribute to our GDP a path to citizenship. And people that aren't, if you commit a crime, especially a felony, they need to be gone. I'm not for, there being no border and people just coming across as they please, but I am for.
Isn't that what's happening? Isn't that somewhat what's happening now? Or
no, we have access points. We have that. We're policing the border. No, that's not.
But FSU, they're not being vetted. We don't know. We just if you're seeking asylum, you can come to the border, go up to a member of law enforcement or border patrol, and let them know you want to put in. You're seeking to come here and claim asylum, and that's it. They give you a court date, and you're on your own. And we know 80-90% of these people would never qualify under the rules of being able to be.
We had the Republican gentleman that helped author the bill, and both Republican and Democrats both said that this was a good approach and an enhancement to what we have currently at the border.
Right.
Like, I think everybody agrees on that. And then you had it die. So I think it's one of those things where it's paralysis by analysis. Like, we can sit here and continue to think about, hey, what's the permanent fix? And you can try to do something really radical like closing the border, but then you also you have to have the foresight. You have to listen, who's done an analysis on what the contribution is to our GDP by undocumented workers. I haven't seen anything like that.
I don't like it though. Let me just say what, and I'm fine with immigrants. I don't have an issue with that, and I'm not going to throw out that bullshit about come legally and all that. What I don't like though is we are okay undermining salaries to American employees by saying they'll do jobs no Americans want and all this stuff. I don't believe immigrants will do jobs no Americans want. I think that if my septic tank went out right now and I needed to call a plumber in the middle of the night, there are plumbers that will come out, put on their equipment, and get knee deep in shit to fix my septic tank. You know why? Because they get paid properly. So the idea that somebody won't pick fruit or they won't go on a hot roof because no American will do that job when you got American plumbers stepping in shit every day. It's the problem is those jobs don't pay. It's not that Americans won't do it; it's they don't pay.
Tim, that is a completely separate issue, but I completely agree. What group is continuing to advocate for $7 minimum wage and they don't want to increase wages?
That's the Republicans. That's the Republicans.
Republicans.
Yeah.
You got Republicans, Tim. You know what they're doing now? You can look this up. They're letting kids work overnight. They're letting kids bartend, and they're letting kids get paid, letting them work without getting breaks.
Where is that happening? That kids are being allowed to bartend?
Yeah, I think it's Iowa. Look, it's one of those states. Like when they are unwilling they're finding ways to not pay people, and then they're just trying to use cheap labor. Again, it's cheap labor. So I think if you want to maintain, hey, we want cheap labor and underpay. That's a component of every successful business, by the way, is to underpay their employees. I mean, it's one of our components to our economy. So if they're continually trying to look for cheap labor, and to say, hey, one of the most hardworking and cheap labor we have is immigrants. You want to kick them out of the country. I just think it's a poor fix to a problem. I'm not saying there isn't a problem with our border. Of course it is. But we have to have a pragmatic approach to addressing that problem. And just closing the border outright when they commit less crime than Caucasian Americans, than Asian Americans, than African Americans. Like, I don't think that's the fix. We need to have a real
So if Trump is promising that if he is reelected, he will implement the largest deportation in U.S. history, you think that's a bad thing?
It's horrible.
Horrible.
Because what's the impact to our GDP, which is growing, by the way? And who knows if it'll send us into a recession? Economists has said could probably say with a level of certainty that it won't cause a recession. You have no idea.
Well, speaking of that, I got to move it on, but Brian Yell on YouTube, we're simultaneously on YouTube. Brian Yell says, you heard it here, folks. We need illegal immigrants so we can underpay them. I do believe he has a point. That is the argument that you're making and a lot of others make.
That's not the argument, but that's kind of what's happening, right? So
yeah.
People need to look in the mirror, huh?
Yeah. When folks say we need immigrants because they'll do jobs no Americans will do, it's because they don't pay those folks the way they pay that Americans want to be paid. I
know, and I'll drop. I know you got a lot of people listen to it, but I will say this, and I'll be very quick. Tim, when I got out of college in 2008, making $40K, was wildly successful, first generation person to graduate. I was making $40K and gas was $3 a gallon. And 16 years later, my salary is 4X and gas is $3 a gallon. Over that time period, right after 2008, we had a recession. We obviously had the pandemic. In February of 2016, there was something going on overseas, and we had even dollar gas under Obama. Guys, gas milk, $3 a gallon is like the normal price. It's not. If you want $2 gas, you want $1 gas, then. Oh, and by the way, also in 2008, the Camry was getting 30 miles to the gallon. The new one, who just reserved one for my wife, 50 miles to the gallon. So
damn.
We're paying the same.
Damn. That's impressive.
For gas, 15, 16 years later, and we're getting 20 miles or more per gallon. All vehicles, obviously, and they won't give Democrats credit for that either. But again, guys, everything that's horrible in the world, from a Republican or MAGA, is Biden and Democrats' fault. And I just don't see it like that. The economy is not horrible. It's not even bad. It's actually outstanding, and I think Biden will win.
All right, we'll see. Tough sell on the economy to some of them, but FSU, appreciate you coming on. Real quick on YouTube, I wanted to certainly thank a super chatter. That was Lord Geotron. Lord Geotron, once again, thank you. Appreciate the support. Lord Geotron says minimum wage is not to make a living on. Minimum wage is not to make a living on. It is for kids. Here's the issue I have. I would agree that minimum wage is not designed for a full-grown adult to make a living if we didn't pay full-grown adults minimum wage. When I lived in Australia, for instance, I lived overseas for a short time, a few years in the nation of Australia. They had minimum wage that was set according to your age. In America, you can be 60 years old making minimum wage, and you can be working for minimum wage off hours, middle of the night in some jobs. That ain't a kid. If minimum wage is only meant for children, that means no one working second and third shift should be making minimum wage. Period. Because you know it's almost not. It's almost particularly overnight. There's no kids. Kids shouldn't be out working at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So anybody working third shift should be excluded from making minimum wage if you're saying it's for children. Also, when school is in session, during the school year, when school is in session, if anyone is working, they should not be making minimum wage because those are not kids. The kids are supposed to be in school. So I think the notion that minimum wages for kids is actually not true. When you think about what the liberals are trying to do, raise the minimum wage from $7.50 in some states all the way up to $15 an hour. There's a lot of adult jobs between the $7 and $15 an hour range. School bus drivers, CNAs, LPNs in some cases, licensed practicing nurse or somebody, teaching assistants, lunch ladies, janitors, security guards. These ain't jobs for kids. There's a whole lot of jobs in between $7 and $15 an hour. Now, if you want to limit it to only burger flippers, then okay, we got a point on our hand. But there's a lot of other jobs that are between the $7 and $15 mark that are for adults. In some cases, like with being a CNA, certified nursing assistant, you got to go to school for that shit. You got to get a few months of actual training and certification to do that job. That's not a kid doing that. So I would agree that minimum wage is for children if only children were making that wage, but that's just not the case. That's not the case. Looking in the comments, strive to be something good in your life. Michael Moore, appreciate that. And that's why you continually see the nurses striking, says King Fig. Yeah, the minimum wage, anytime you mention minimum wage, people go right to burger flippers. But yeah, there's a whole lot of people making those low-ass wages that are not burger flippers. In fact, for some of you folks know, particularly on YouTube, I do rideshare videos. I do videos about, being Uber and Lyft drivers and things like that, and I follow a lot of legislation on them. There's a lot of Uber and Lyft drivers that make minimum wage. None of those are kids. None of those are kids. So a lot of rideshare drivers working in the middle of the night and shit like that, ushering strangers around. I do videos all the time about rideshare drivers getting carjacked, raped, robbed. They're making very low wages also. So yeah, the idea that only kids make minimum wage is not true. It just helps out the argument for folks who want to keep us at minimum wage. Looking in the comments, anyone making the argument that minimum wage is supposed to be kids is asinine. I don't, and let me just say this also before I go back to the box. And I see Big Rooster Show says here in the Bay Area, in and out pays $21 to $25 an hour. Yeah, but that stuff is very, very recent. If one thing we don't give Biden credit for is the absolute fact that under his administration, salaries in those type of jobs have increased substantially. Since COVID, those salaries have went up and they have not come down. But under the Trump administration, most of those minimum wage jobs were not paying 15, 20 bucks an hour. They were paying lower than that. I would submit to you, probably even in the Bay Area, they weren't paying like that. So that is something that the Biden administration should be able to say on the campaign stump, is that under my watch, salaries have went up significantly. If you want to talk about inflation and gas prices, throw in there the fact that people do make more money under the Biden administration. But yeah, there's so many jobs that are not burger flippers that make minimum wage. So I totally disagree that it's only for kids. Hey, I'm a plumber, but that's been slow. I do Uber on the side now, and I can tell you we make good money. Good money, trust me, says Joe. I don't trust you. No, I don't. You may be making good money in your area, but I can tell you for a fact, Uber and Lyft drivers do not make good money. On average, they do not make good money. There is a reason why ride sharing has such a huge, and I mean huge, turnover rate. If people are making good money, they stay. Like taxi drivers before, and I don't want to get too far into this, but taxi drivers before rideshare became a thing, they used to drive for years and years and years and years. It ain't like that in rideshare. They do not make good money in most markets. They just don't. There's a few good drivers out there that are getting lucky, but that ain't the norm. Looking in the comments, best news I heard tonight, Biden will not make the election, says Rosenberg. Well, I'll let you you guys hear before I go back to the box. I just want, because a few new folks here. By the way, tap the screen. Get me on up to 30,000. We're on the backup page, so there's certainly less viewers here on TikTok because the main page is down. So we're on the handsome libera without the final L. But this, I'll give you a quick clip. This is only a few seconds long. This is why you had the backdrop about Biden not being in the 2024 election in some 6 months.
May.
I think he's got until May.
No way.
I feel like right around May they're going to pull him.
No way.
Yeah.
And Newsom comes in.
I think he just has health problems, and then the country understands, and Newsom is going to have his support fully, and Kamala is going to I don't want to be president. I'm cool with being vice president.
Anybody believe that? Is there anybody that believe what Joe Rogan just said? That come May, which is only a few days away, what is today, the 28th or something like that? So we're talking 3 days from now, we're going to be in a month where Joe Biden, due to health problems, which I'm not for certain he's ever been diagnosed with having any significant amount of health issues by anyone other than people who view him through the television screen. I mean, he just had the correspondence dinner last night. There's a host of people there. I don't hear anyone on the television network saying the guy was halfway out of it or looked like he had dementia. So, he's on Howard Stern suggesting that he's willing to debate Trump. I mean, I would assume Howard Stern would have said something if the guy looked like he was out of it when he talked to him. I'm not hearing the health problems other than from people who have no actual access to the president. You're hearing it from people who are watching Biden on television and saying he has dementia, but the people who actually have access to him, they're not saying that. Joe Rogan thinks he's commentating on another UFC fight, says alter ego. Yeah. If he was the left, wouldn't admit it, says my 3 kids. I don't buy that. If Biden was having health problems, the entire left wouldn't admit it. You got folks on the right, up to and including Trump's own vice president, that's saying he's not fit for office. But you think the entire left would defend Biden in sync? I don't believe that. I don't believe that for one bit. If Biden had health problems, there would be liberals willing to step up. Hell, you got black liberals calling the guy racist. I don't believe that the left is in the corner of Biden that much that they would hide him having a health problem. I think what you would have if Biden had health issues and the liberals felt confident that he had them, you would have an outcry that he needs to step down. That's what I believe would happen. I don't believe they would. Let me just say it this way: there's not a lot of love for Joe Biden among the Liberal Party. There's just not. They're voting against Trump. I don't think the liberals would be so gung ho on Biden that they would hide a health problem. They would be begging for somebody like Gavin Newsom to step up. We aren't MAGA and we don't worship them. Okay, continuing on with beard in politics. Good evening. A lady to a dead man to the bank to sign a loan. Shit gets crazy in these streets. Different strokes. I did hear about that, and that is crazy. Beard in politics. Good evening. I'm doing good. So, what do you think? You think Rogan got a point?
I don't see it. I don't. Do you know where he's getting this from? Like where he's pulling this idea from, or is this just Joe Rogan going off the top of his head, going, "Yeah, you know, Joe Biden's old. I hear people on the internet call him, you know, dementia-ridden. Like, is that what this is coming from, or?"
I think what you said, the latter, is probably what it is. I think the latter, what you said, where he's just pulling it off the top of his head, and somebody said in the comments he's a sensationalist. I do believe that's where it's coming from. I don't think that 6 months out, that would be a disaster. If Biden held on for 6 months and then dropped, and it caused the liberals to lose, I think, yeah, Biden would go down in history as it would be worse than what Ruth Bader Ginsburg did, which she also stayed too damn long. If you're going to drop, you should have dropped out a few months ago when people were telling you to do it.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that 100%. Like, don't get me wrong, the DNC makes a lot of really stupid decisions, but I can't imagine that they're that bad, especially with Joe Biden being the way that he is. And I don't think they'd stick with Joe Biden if they didn't think that he had a chance to win, right? I do agree with what you're saying, though, where people are just voting against Trump. Like, I'll be voting for Biden this November. I don't want to vote for Joe Biden. I don't fucking like these people, man. Like...
But you hate Trump more.
You know, an ineffective liberal is at least better for this country than an outright, like, I suppose I struggle to call Trump a fascist, but he enables fascism, and I think that's a lot more dangerous.
What about Trump, you believe, makes him an enabler of fascism?
So you had one guest earlier that was talking about, like, you know, I don't think Trump is a racist, but he caters to racists. Yeah. Well, same thing, like, I think I've talked about this the last time that I was on here for you, right? Like, Trump kind of caters to whoever is clapping the loudest for him. And I think that right now, the people that are clapping the loudest for Trump are the extreme right. And a lot of the extreme right also includes a lot of the evangelical right. And when you take a look at those groups and what they believe and what their kind of final, you know, outcome for society looks like, it's very fascist adjacent at the very least.
Wow. Now, I had a guest on earlier. You can let me know if you think this is outrageous and ridiculous, but I had a guest on earlier that suggested that 40% of Trump's base are racist. You see any, does that sound crazy?
So here's the thing, right? The 40% number is probably accurate, but of that 40%, maybe 50% of them are like active in that racism, like actively hateful because of like racist reasons or whatever. And then I think that the other half of that 40% is just like they grew up in a very tiny bubble and they don't know better, you know?
Right. But that's still really bad, though.
It is really bad.
Really
the Republican
bad.
Party is in a really bad place.
Wow. But do you think that do you think that it is Trump himself that took them to a bad place, or do you believe this is something that was already spiraling out of control?
I think that this is something that was kind of always underlying. I think that a lot of white America especially felt betrayed by having a two-term presidency from Barack Obama. And I think that Trump is the backlash to that. And I think that what Trump does more than anything else is he enables the right to kind of take off the mask and feel comfortable in doing so.
Wow. So he actually makes it comfortable to bask in hatred, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because this is what all authoritarian strongman leaders do, right? The reason why people identify with strongmen, the reason why people identify with authoritarians is when those authoritarians and strongmen can get down to the level of the people and make them feel like they're on the same level. And Trump, if nothing else, is really good at that. he's not intelligent by any means. He's not
intelligent. As successful of a business owner, you don't think Trump is intelligent? Let me ask it to you this way. Now, on YouTube, because we're on both, introductory says, what policy has Trump proposed that is racist, LOL? In other words, back up what you're saying with some information. What about Trump at all has shown that he either traffics in racism or is racist himself? Where is that coming from?
Well, so it comes a lot less from the policy that he puts forward, right? Like, now, even when people were doing laws, like, say, after the Jim Crow era and whatnot, right? We all know there were a lot of racist laws passed in this country, but those laws were not written as LOL, I'm being so racist, guys. People got creative with what they were doing. But what Trump does more than anything else is makes it like a cultural thing. He makes a culture of comfortability that, that started with his whole speech about, like, we have to ban the Muslims, they're sending, the Mexico sending us rapists, all this stuff.
But there's no chance that it's liberals or even minorities playing the victim card, because Ruben on YouTube says the liberals always bring up racism. There's no chance that there's some folks just simply throwing around racism just to bash or demonize Trump.
I mean, there's always going to be some, but I don't think that those accusations are without merit, right? I think that more than anything else, like, it doesn't matter what color you are. Like, if Trump thinks that he can make $1 off fucking you over, he'll do it.
Damn.
But I think that he sees where the base of his party is, and by catering to the more racist elements of his base, to the more evangelical elements of his base, he thinks that's where he's going to get his win.
Wow. So I got to move it on, but just to clear this up, you said that it's not necessarily Trump being racist, but if he thinks he can make $1 by fucking you over, he'll basically do anything.
Oh, 1,000%. I would recommend, I don't know how much of a reader you are or your audience here, but there is a book called American Fascism, How the GOP Subverts Democracy. And that whole book, from start to finish, like, it details stuff starting in, like, the 1880s all the way up to the modern day 2016, 2017 is when this book was published. And it talks about how this was like a years-long project and how the language around racism has had to change and the rhetoric around racism.
Here's the first problem I have with that book. If you're going back to the 1880s, folks are going to suggest the party switched. So the GOP did not mean the same thing they do now as they did in the 1880s. Something's got to be wrong there.
And there's a whole chapter talking about that and how they talk about, the problem of the modern GOP versus what the GOP used to be. The party switch is very well detailed in this book that I'm recommending.
All right. I did write it down. I'll look it up. I'm always willing to take in some new information, but I do got to move it on. Beard in politics. Appreciate it. And I saw you in the comments admitting that in Iowa, children are being allowed to work. That's really crazy.
It's really bad. Yeah, Kim Reynolds, she's taken us to the bad place.
Wow.
Yeah, like, kids are allowed to work on construction sites. Kids.
How young?
I'm not talking about 15-year-olds. I'm talking, like, they're letting, like, 12-year-olds onto these sites and letting, like, young kids, young teenagers into factories to work overnights and such.
Damn. I gotta look that up. That's a show in itself. Wow. All right, Peter.
It's bad out here, man. But I'll let you get moving on here. Thank you so much for allowing me to say my piece, and keep on keeping on.
Yeah, thank you for depressing the hell out of me, but you're always welcome back. Kids as long as 13 on construction sites. Overnight. Children as young as 13 working on construction sites overnight. What the hell? Good evening, Be the Go. Thank you. They changed the laws due to lack of immigrant employees. Pep, really? So in other words, because Kim Reynolds, by the way, just recently in Iowa passed a law that makes it a crime if you're undocumented to even be in the state of Iowa. That just passed, I believe, last week. So if you're undocumented and you're in the state of Iowa, you are a criminal by the very nature of doing so. A lot of folks on the right, my beloved MAGA, will agree with that part. But if you're going to say, well, we've banned undocumented immigrants from being in Iowa, so to make up the missing immigrants, We're going to allow children as young as 13 to work at construction sites at odd hours. I have a hard time believing. I got to look that up. Wow. Wow, that's bad. That's really bad. I mean, I guess I've been watching a lot of Fox News lately because they're not going to tell you on Fox News about that. That's really bad. Tyson hiring undocumented workers who are kids. Well, Tyson Foods has a lengthy history of hiring undocumented people. They have a lengthy history of this, and this is what I keep talking about. You can't complain about people coming here illegally if you're not going to do a damn thing about the people that are giving them a reason to come here. They're not all coming here for welfare, food stamps, and free health care. They're coming here to work. And there are plenty of Americans who should be considered as co-conspirators in the illegal immigration problem. They basically get a pass. They get a pass. You don't see, let's take Trump because he speaks about doing more on the border than any other president we've ever had or even the one we got now. Trump hammers the border. You don't hear Trump talking about going after Americans that give them jobs and things like that. He specifically goes after the illegal immigrant. You don't talk about the fact that, well, you do know people are hiring these folks because my guess is some of these companies like Tyson Foods that hire these folks, they contribute to Republican causes or Democratic causes. So they give them a pass. Anyhow, looking in the comments, you can disagree with illegal immigrants and also agree the more Americans need to get back into the working world. Wolf Sky Mob, 100% agree with you. Here's the issue in regards to immigrants, at least in my humble opinion. By the way, tap the screen on TikTok. We are on the backup page. Get the likes on up to around 40,000 if that's possible. It's helped the numbers somewhat, helped the algorithm, certainly on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Subscribe if you, just real quick to give the normal spiel of the program. We are always ran in an uncensored format. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. The program is, always will remain MAGA friendly. It's been that way since day one, always has, always will be. We do go left with Bernie Sanders, Trump having dinner with QAnon. We do believe in the First Amendment, free speech. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. If you don't agree with even me, nobody gives a damn. We will allow you to speak. In regards to the immigration issue, I really believe the whole issue is we have allowed the powers that be, the haves in this country, to get away with not paying very much to the have-nots. And by continuing to promote illegal immigrants or letting documented workers or whatever come in this country, you're just giving them the right to do it further. That's exactly what's happening, is that the salaries have dropped because you're competing with all of these folks that are willing to work for little or nothing. And I'm talking about legal or otherwise. Legal immigrants or illegal immigrants. They both will come here and work for less than Americans. And the employment world, the employers want it that way. It's cheap labor. Cheap labor. Hotels, construction sites, farms, factories, they're all hiring these folks and they're paying them less than they would have to pay you and me. And they want it that way. So they pay them less and they contribute money to political causes so that the whole cycle continues. Looking in the comments though, that's where it needs to change. I mean, we could do our own labor in this damn country. Yeah, might cost you a little bit more to buy a shirt or it might cost you a little bit more for fruit at the checkout counter, whatever the case may be, but salaries would go up. You don't need no other country. Most of the other countries on the planet aren't doing this shit. This is a greed issue. This is a greed issue that we don't want to pay American salaries, so we're bringing in folks who work for cheaper. Most of the other countries let their citizens do the labor in that country, and those countries function, but the most powerful nation on earth can't do its own labor? No. It's greed. It's all about greed. Supreme Court did not take Roe versus Wade. They sent it back to the states where it should be in the first place, says Tomas. Well, in regards to the Roe v. Wade comment, I think what Republicans are saddled with is trying to get the American public to ignore the likes of Lindsey Graham, Mike Pence, Mitch McConnell, and even President Trump himself have all said publicly that a federal abortion ban is possible. When Mike Pence was running for president, he said it was the actual goal. And Lindsey Graham also stated that they wanted to have what did he say, a 6 week or something? He said a federal abortion ban. So the idea that where we didn't roll back, we didn't take away abortion rights, we only give it back to the states. You did what you could at the time you did it. But you spilled the beans that this is not the end goal. The end goal is to take it away completely. There's too many leading members of the Republican Party that has told people to try to rein it back in and say, no, it's just about the states. The truth is out there. I mean, Mitch McConnell, sitting majority leader, we're not supposed to believe him. Senator Lindsey Graham, a long-term senator, you're not supposed to believe this guy. The president, Trump, and the vice president, both saying it could be a federal ban. So now I see the comments. Desert Sunset said it'll never happen. Well, many folks believe overturning the Second Amendment would never happen either. That doesn't stop the right from hammering the left over the head with it. Maybe it won't be ever put back to a federal ban. But if you can hammer the left, suggesting they were going to take away guns, but then say, well, no, don't hammer us. And the right has actually gained some ground towards a federal abortion ban. The left ain't done nothing with the Second Amendment. Going back to the box, Trump's crimes are victimless, says Mike Hawk Strong. Well, if you're saying Trump's crimes are victimless, you're essentially committing that they are crimes. Does that let you off as a citizen if you commit a crime and tell the cops, well, nobody got victimized by this? If it's on the books and it's a crime, there's generally a punishment that goes along with it. You said that. Trump's crimes are victimless. Wow. All right, going back to the box. His crimes are victimless. Let's continue it on with unapologetic. Hang on a second. I hit something there. How are they victimless? We can't even buy houses for a decent price because of him. You saying that Trump's crimes made the price of housing go up? Don, I didn't know that. Josh, good evening.
Hey, handsome.
Hey.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me up. And I have been waiting a little bit, and you've been sparking too many thoughts in my brain for me to try and remember all them. But anyway,
go with your favorite. Go with the one that's pressing you the most.
Well, first of all, real quick, I just want to say this. I want to say thank you for having those Red Lives and Blue Lives Matter flags behind you guys, because I do think that first responders are very important and actually underlooked. And I live in New York State, and I make more money, so I'm in college. I volunteer for an ambulance agency, and I'm a volunteer firefighter, and I get paid more at my fast food job outside of college than if I would volunteer or if I were to get paid as an EMT. That's nuts. So
and that's the point I was. I'll let you continue. But that's the point I was making earlier when folks are saying that minimum wage is only for kids, and I brought up that's another one. It's the EMTs that get paid less than paramedics, right?
Yeah. So it goes EMTs, advanced EMTs, and medics.
Yeah, EMTs make a pretty low wage in some areas, and I was
so handsome. So just to give you perspective. I work at a part-time job, Chick-fil-A. I make $17.50, but the starting wage there's about $15.50, $15.75. I was offered as an EMT as a part-time job outside of college, $14 an hour.
Wow.
How is that fair, handsome liberal?
Wow.
I'm saving lives and going through trauma. And I'm not like saying I want people to feel bad for me, right? Like I do it because I love people, and I do it because that's what I do, right? But if I were to get paid, why am I getting paid less to save lives than I would be to kill them and give them heart disease? Sorry, unalive them and give them heart disease by selling them chicken. Like, come on, handsome.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't disagree with you. Now, obviously, you will never be doing a Chick-fil-A commercial, but I agree with you. I agree with you, and that's the point I was trying to make. Is that when folks say, $15 an hour or minimum wage, no, it ain't just burger flippers. To be an EMT, you obviously got to have training. CPR, pulmonary, what is the rest of the thing? CPR. You got to have training.
CPR,
Yeah, you got to have all sorts of training to be that. And yeah, the idea that only kids are making minimum wage, like you said, EMT, security guards, teachers, assistants, school bus drivers, factory workers, security guards. There's a whole lot of folks that make less than $15 an hour in this country that are not burger flippers or not kids. That's a career. As an EMT, that's an adult job.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah.
And I'm going to become a PA or doctor anyway. That's why I'm in college. But
good on
anyway,
you, man. Good on you.
Back to the point real quick. I just want to...
Real quick, let me, before you continue, someone in the comments when you were talking about how low an EMT earns was saying, well, don't vote for Trump. In other words, the Republicans will keep your wage down. Do you see any validity to that?
So handsome. So funny that we say this, because everybody in my family is immediate family, I should say, is Democrat, except for myself, handsome, right? So I'm a Republican, to be honest.
Okay.
And I'll be the first to say that we need to get these old farts out, respectfully. Like, we need people with younger blood, because people always be like, oh, Trump's, racist and Biden's racist, but let's be real, handsome. They both grew up in a time where racism was big and things like that. So both of them, let's be honest, are probably inherently racist. But that's not the fact at hand. I think we should get younger people and people that actually
but wait a minute. If you vote Republican, like you just stated, you had 9 options from Nikki Haley to Chris Christie to Vivek to Tim Scott. They're all younger than Trump. Your party had 9 options.
Handsome liberal. My vote myself, let's be honest, I did not have a full say in all of it. I'm not saying I agree with what the outcome was, right, handsome? I don't totally agree with it, but let's be honest, our government in many ways was better under Trump. And I would argue with people that say it's better under Biden, right? So, I would say that personally, as a working under first responder, right? So
I don't think EMTs. I don't think the salary for EMTs was better under Trump. I bet you there are more EMTs that have gotten a pay raise under Biden than Trump. And I'm not even in the profession because most salaries have went up under the Biden administration, along with inflation. I get it.
Yeah, handsome. So has gas prices, and so has bread, and so has what? So what are we going to argue, that prices keep going up, but then so salaries? Well, yeah, it's going to have to. Otherwise, people wouldn't be able to afford it, and we'd go into a Great Depression again.
But here's the good thing. Under the Trump administration, where salaries were frozen, but the economy was good, here's the difference with Biden. Let's say the inflation in the economy goes up that you're pointing, but salaries go up as well. If we get Trump and he bring the economy back down, you don't think the salaries are going to go down under Trump, do you?
No, the salaries aren't going to go. Handsome liberal, have you ever seen in history where salaries went down? I could be wrong, handsome. I am young.
But that's what I'm saying, though. If you get the economy back on par, Biden's increased salaries will still be there. Those salaries, as you're pointing out, are not going to go down. He gets credit for salaries going up. So if he fixes the economy or somebody else fixes the economy, because the economy is not going to be hurting all the time. But the salaries are now stuck higher thanks to Biden. Does he get credit for that?
I guess you could say he's got credit, but then why are EMTs still making less than fast food workers? I don't consider that success, handsome.
Well, because some of that is because your side of the aisle, the right, does not believe in, big government. If you let the liberals have control, the federal government would raise the minimum wage nationwide. It's the right that doesn't believe in that. Look at the states.
The reason they make, sorry to interrupt you, the reason they make more than EMTs right now is because of a liberal government, and they raised the fast food minimum wage, but didn't raise any other minimum wages.
What do you mean the liberal government? I don't get that.
Well, my state is ran very liberally.
What state are you in?
Right? So, New York State.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got a corrupt cuckoo head. But anyway,
Did you like Cuomo?
no, I didn't like Cuomo either. They're both bad, Handsome, and I don't even care about like, having necessarily a Democrat versus Republican. I want someone that's gonna care about the state. But this woman is terrible.
Well, here's the issue I have is that when you look at the minimum wage, so we're talking about wages, all of the lowest wages are in Republican states. I mean, you hear Republicans talk about crime in liberal cities, they don't ever talk about the income. All of the lowest paying wages are in Republican states. And the true hardcore poverty, it's in Republican areas.
Handsome, I can agree that I haven't done my research on that specifically. I have heard that point, and I can say that I do need to. I am young, so I'm not.
No, and I appreciate it. I appreciate
I
that.
have enough grit to say whether I know or don't know something, right? So like, okay, maybe I'm not educated on that specifically, so right. But I just want to just comment on the comments real quick. People were saying like, oh, EMTs are privately owned or whatever, blah blah blah. No, so the agency I volunteer for is actually a non-for-profit, guys. But the problem is that's not like the CEO or like the companies that are for profit in my area are all still the same as the non-for-profit. Like it's all the same price, right? So like it is what it is. But that's just how it is. It's not that it's because it's privately owned, whatever. But
My guess is if your governor, the cuckoo you're talking about, or liberals in general, tried to pass a law that required EMTs to be paid a certain wage, I think the Republicans would be the first to disagree with that. They would say it's government oversight, or if you raise wages, how much is it going to cost a patient that you're treating? It's the right.
handsome liberal. I would disagree because we weren't found upon fast food being raised right in New York State because let's be honest, like that shouldn't, no offense, but that should not be a career for anyone, right? Like it should be for kids, whatever. Like I'm not saying that people can't make like wages and stuff, but why can't they make wages off of being like a secretary or this or that? Why do we have to work in fast food at McDonald's, and why should people be able to make like livable wages off of that? Like no offense, but when has that ever been a full-time career?
Then why not
Some
make
people,
a
maybe
then?
it is if they own it, but
Yeah, but let
that's
me
not
let me say it this way: if we want it, because I really hate that anytime we talk about minimum wage, it goes right back to burger flippers, as I pointed out earlier in the program. Considering how many people work in this country for less than $15 an hour, that has nothing to do with burger flippers. What they should do is, if you're going to say that minimum wage is for kids and it's not, as you said, a livable wage, then make sure the only people doing those damn jobs are kids. And we know that's not true. There's a lot of full grown adults, CNAs, EMTs, like you're talking about, janitors, security guard. These ain't kids, and many of them make less than $15 an hour. Then, to me, the argument would make
yeah.
a lot
So
more
so why
sense.
why are the kids making more than them then, handsome? That was passed New York State because liberals opposed that or um prop like made that a thing, right? So like they proposed that. I guess I should have said my bad.
My guess is the liberals in your state would like EMTs to get paid more too, but they got to get past Republican resistance. The liberals are for raising the bottom altogether. It is the Republican resist. I don't think I've ever heard of a wage increase that the
Handsome,
Republicans are in favor
handsome.
of.
So I'm not saying that like fast food is whatever because I do part time. I make more money than I would as an EMT, but that's not the point. The point is, um, let's be real, handsome. How much brain knowledge do you need to flip a burger, right? How much brain knowledge do you need to put fries, open a bag of fries, put them in a fryer, hit a button? And, like, I'm not trying to be mean, handsome, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that it isn't somewhat physically demanding, but it's really not, handsome. These are
Yeah,
entry level jobs
yeah.
that require little to no knowledge and require you to be what, a little speedy. Even then you could wait in a McDonald's drive through for 10 minutes for a $20 meal that's obnoxiously priced for what
I don't
handsome?
I don't disagree with you, but here's the issue I have. I'm considerably older than you. I worked in Burger King. 1988 for $3.80 per hour. I was a burger flipper. You know, I was doing it when I was in high school, and it was back in 1988 at $3.80 an hour. The idea that we can go from 1988 to 2024, and there are plenty of states in the union that minimum wage has not doubled. I'm not saying, I agree with you 100%. You shouldn't be able to buy a house as a burger flipper. But the idea is I could do a hell of a lot more with my $3.80 in 1988 than they can do with whatever they're getting paid now. Certainly during the Trump administration, where many of them were still getting paid $7 and $8 an hour. Under Biden, they are getting 15 to 20 bucks an hour. But under Trump, and it ain't like the money you had under Trump was going to give you the lifestyle I would have lived back in the 1980s. So the point I'm trying to make is this, because I couldn't buy a house when I worked for minimum wage either. But I could actually save up and get decent shit as a teenager that they can't get now off of that wage. So effectively, even though you're right in saying that they shouldn't be able to get a house or have a full functioning, lifestyle off minimum wage, they've gotten a pay decrease. They actually make less than what I did when you adjust for inflation and things like that than what I used to, which is why kids don't want to do it no more.
So Handsome, I mean, this might be considered anecdotal, but I would disagree with you on that point, saying that I started working full-time at 14 in the summer when I wasn't in school, correct?
Okay.
And I saved up my money, and I literally bought my car myself.
How much were you making?
16.
How much were you making?
I was making started at 10 something, and then I ended up making eventually like 12.
You know how many kids at 14 in America is making $10 an hour though? I mean, you're way above average. You got full-grown adults that don't make that.
I'm also in a state where things also cost a
Yeah.
lot more. And
Yeah, let me just say,
the cost of living is high.
yeah, but you got folks working at Dollar General and places like that. Certainly during the Trump administration, that was not making $10 an hour. For you to pull it off at 14, you're not the norm. You're not even hardworking minimum wage employees can tell you're working years for less than $10 an hour. You could have been working you could have worked at a fast food restaurant for all 4 years Trump was in office, and you could have started at $8 an hour, and by the time he left, you were not even making 10 yet. So that's because they get raises like 25 cents, 15 cents per year. You go from $8 an hour to $8.25 when they give you. It is pathetic. So for you being 14 making $10 an hour, you were well above the fray. That ain't the norm. That is not the norm. But good on you. But I'm like I said, when you factor in for what I was earning, minimum wage nowadays does not go that far. That's why you got people saying, well, kids don't work it like we used to, because you don't pay them the same.
But Handsome, let's be real too. Like, let's put this into perspective. Back then, like, what you could also get a lot more with your money. Like, I'm not saying like we're not paying enough, whatever. But like, okay, so like even people that are making $15 an hour, $20 an hour, what can you get a gallon of milk and freaking a bag of chips and?
Now, if you're making $20 an hour, unless you're in just a handful of really high cost of living areas, for the most part, $15-20 an hour for a teenager is good money. That's good money.
Well, I'm not making that. I'm not talking about teenager Handsome. I'm just saying what you can get for $20 at the store is what I mean. Like what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it, but
what can you get?
Yeah, but I'm saying for
younger.
Yeah, I'm saying for when I was 16, making
what could you get in an hourly, like how much did you make hourly or whatever?
$3.80 an hour. I made $3.80 an hour.
And how much was food and how much was everything else?
Oh man, shit, probably 1/5 of what it costs today. I mean, you get a candy bar for for about 30 cents.
That's what I mean. You got more bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Back then is what I mean.
But that's the argument I'm telling you, is that they don't, the minimum wage raises, if you're 15 in 2024, you don't make what a 15-year-old made at my age. They have not adjusted the wages for inflation. Inflation kept going, but they kept the minimum wage the same. And every time they kept saying, well, you don't need any money. It's not for you to make a living off of this.
Handsome, I agree with you. And inflation wasn't this high when Trump was in office either.
It doesn't matter. Even when Trump was in office, the argument I'm making still applies. If you had took a minimum wage worker under the Trump administration, he was still making less than I did when I did it.
No, I agree, Handsome.
That's the point.
And I'm not, I agree, and I'm not saying that does need to change, because that has been a problem, obviously, since you were a kid to now, right? Because after you were a kid to now, and that's a much bigger problem than just Democrat and Republican, right? Like,
no, it's Republican. Democrats have been wanting the minimum wage to go up. It is Republicans that keep saying what you're saying. A minimum wage is for a burger flipper. He don't need an increase. Minimum wage has been the same for 20-some years in Republican states. That's not happening in liberal states. They're giving them raises. That's in Republican states.
So, Handsome, then why aren't we all I gotta say about this, right? And I will say that I will look more into that, right, on your point there. However, I do want to say this. If you're saying why don't we worry about this, or why don't we, pay these people more, then let's stop, and I can say that I agree with you. That's a problem. Wow, people in the comments. Cool, I have balls to say enough that I was wrong.
Don't look at the comments. Don't look at the comments. Go ahead. I give you the last word. I do got to move it on.
I get a lot of them would never be able to say that they're wrong, and they're grown adults. That's crazy. That shows their maturity. But anyway, Handsome, I want to say, why in New York do we give illegal immigrants licenses to drive and money to go spend at the store and stuff like that? But I thought you said that we should pay our employees more.
They're not illegal. The reason they're doing that, the most of the immigrants in your state were sent there by Governor Greg Abbott, and to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis, and they are not illegal. They are undocumented folks who have bullshit asylum claims that probably won't be granted, but they are not illegal immigrants.
They're illegal, Handsome.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Handsome.
Josh, I do got to move it on, Josh. Last word.
Real quick, let me make this last point. You think that the millions of people claiming asylum are all valid? You think that's right, Hanson?
No, but they are legal.
So they're illegal.
All right, fair enough.
Have a good night, Hanson. Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I do appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. Come on back anytime, Josh. And yeah, I can't disagree with his comment any more than that. Like I said, they're coming in. I agree with him that they don't have what is required to justify an asylum case. I agree with that, but by law, they have the right to apply for asylum and have their cases heard. At the end of the day, they're going to be told you don't meet the qualification to be granted asylum. But until they get officially denied, they are here legally. They came and followed the process and came here legally. So I disagree with what my legally. If they are here illegally, that means that Governor Greg Abbott put a bunch of illegals and actually helped them go further into the country. How is that not him actually aiding and abetting illegal immigrants? If those folks that got busted in New York are here illegally, that means they received assistance from Governor Greg Abbott. And by the way, he used the taxpayer money of Texas to bust those folks. So, but if what he is saying is true, that means Governor Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis used Texas and Floridians' tax money to help out illegal immigrants. But they're not here illegally. I'm just going to tell you that. They are not here illegal. They are here as asylum seekers. They shouldn't be here. I get the point. There's way too many of them. They don't have a legitimate claim to asylum. That's likely true, but they are not illegal. They are not illegal. Looking in the comments, you mean blue state tax money? Well, Texas is not a blue state, at least not yet. I know some of you folks believe that they will go. NATO gained 2 new members. NATO? You talking about, what is this? Finland and Sweden, I think it is. Tim, now you know that Biden only brought them in for votes, says Clinton Walston. I believe there's a lot of validity to that. I'll go back to the box real quick, but I do believe there's a lot of validity to the point that liberals let immigrants in because they're going to turn into votes. I believe that. I believe the Republicans do the same shit because they're in the pocket of big business, or better yet, big business is in the pocket of Republicans, and big business loves the cheap labor. Otherwise, if it wasn't that way, then Trump would be, because Trump is really hard on the border. He's probably the most vocal about securing the border. If it wasn't for big business and the Republican relationship, he would also be going after the corporations that hire him. And he's not. He's not doing that because they are on his side. So Democrats want immigrants here because they turn into votes. Republicans want immigrants here because they turn into cheap labor and big business is what is the friends of the Republican Party, if I can say that right. So they both have a vested interest in wanting them here. Trump is the only person to first to step up and speak in a different manner, but it is what it is. I don't think either side is being honest with you. I don't believe either side. This is where Trump promising to drain the swamp maybe made a little bit of sense on the illegal immigration problem. But yeah, I will tell you that when in regards to your claim, Clinton, that Biden wants immigrants in this country for votes, I already believed that most illegal immigrants were going to turn into Democratic votes once they either had offspring or became legal citizens. But it's absolutely going to happen now. When you look at how they were treated when they came to this country, versus Democrats versus Republican, that's likely to stay in the minds of these folks for generations. You hear folks talking about Lyndon B. Johnson suggested that the Civil Rights Act was going to have blacks voting for him for 50 years or whatever the hell the statement is. That's going to happen in this case. The Republican Party is treating these folks like shit. And then you get how the Democrats are treating them. Well, they giving them free, you hear the Republicans, like my last caller, why are you giving them free EBT cards and driver's licenses and allowing them to get something to eat? We want to send them back. We want to deport them. You don't think they're going to remember that? You don't think they're going to remember how they were treated between the parties? So yeah, at this point, you're damn right they're going to turn into liberal voters because the right is treating them like shit. I mean, they're rapists, murderers, they're criminals, they're awful, they're vermin, it can't get any worse. One side, they gave us something to eat, put us in the shelter, put us up in a hotel, did a little something for us. The other side was saying we was damn animals. You don't think that's going to resonate? It is going to make a difference. I'm not saying what Biden is doing is correct, but it's going to be something you can cash in on. The idea they're going to be voting Democrat, I believe that totally. Because the Republicans are treating them so bad. Going back to the box, we were trying to go to unapologetic black man in the comments. So, President Biden not making the 2024 election some 6 months later. Unapologetic black man, good evening.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Not much. I'm glad to see you holding. Do you think there's any validity to Biden dropping out like Joe Rogan stated?
Oh man, I want to answer that, but the last guest, jeez.
What about it?
The Republican Party, they talk about indoctrination, but then we just see time after time their youth don't even like math. You said it in his face several times. He even said it out his mouth that Republicans don't like increasing wages.
Yeah.
And out his mouth he said, which he was lying because I looked it up. On all platforms, jobs, EMTs get like $22 in New York.
Oh, okay. I can't speak on that. He claims to be an EMT. I'm not, so I wasn't going to argue with him on that. But yeah, the notion that Republicans are not against wage increases yet, I think that's pretty evident.
He must be an EMT in a small ass town, and he's the only. Yeah. They're the only.
I think he said he's a volunteer.
Oh, well then he probably don't. I don't even know why his ass getting paid if he volunteer. Anyway, that's just more idiocracy of the Republican Party. But back to Biden. He's definitely going to make the election. And like I told you, I remember you laughed when I said it. but he's going to win this election. He's going to stand down and make Kamala the first black president, female president.
I still find it humorous. So you believe he is actually going to win and then hand over the baton to Kamala?
Yeah, it will go with his design of finishing what Obama wanted to do. But Mitch McConnell, and can we speak about Mitch McConnell, Republican Party, real quick?
Sure.
Because we've been hearing that Biden has dementia, correct?
Yeah, nobody talking about Mitch freezing up all them times.
My man alternator dropped out the fucking engine in front of TV. Like, if he was a car, we would be at the dealership having a fucking fit. My alternator fell out when I was at the stoplight. But nobody wants to mention that on his side of the party.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's crazy. But he's finishing up the legacy that Obama wanted to do. But you remember, you know, as the first black president, you can't do anything only for black communities. Because he's the president for everybody. But then it's okay for them to ask black people, what the fuck Obama do for you?
Yeah.
What did he do for the black community? Well, he can't.
You know something, and I agree with you 100%. I think that whole question is a farce. It's like, if Barack Obama, folks, well, what did he do for the black community? If Barack Obama had become president and started looking out for Chicago and black people, the first argument would have been, we did not elect a president of black people. He's a racist. He's only looking out for his own kind. That would have been the first thing. So because he didn't do it, now we're going to blame him for not doing it. But everyone would have been calling that man a racist and saying that we didn't elect you just to only look out after black people. You would be calling us racist if you only looked at the white people. But now he doesn't do it, and now you're going to blame him on that side too. So to me, it sounds like it's a case of he couldn't win. That shouldn't even come up.
Yeah, but if you remember, he did when Obama was trying to pass legislation to help black college, because everybody knows black college kids use the majority of Pell Grants. When he was trying to bail out black farmers, when they said that black farmers were getting less than 1% of every subsidies every time we bail out the farmers, when he was trying to get for black businesses. Again, you gotta remember, the turtle McConnell said he's not gonna let any of that shit pass. And Biden got in office and he did all of that. Black businesses, black farmers, only two. And they had a fit. But again, they say that Biden is racist. So I tell Republicans all the time, if Biden is racist, then you need to tell your Republican Party to start being more racist, because the things you're doing for the black community right now, we're not going to forget it. And we're not going to forget that Republicans are literally trying to snatch everything away from people. Regression, like with women laws right now. Yeah. They saying like
affirmative action.
It's not federal. It should be to the states. Do you think women like the fact that their rights are being ping-ponged from the state to federal people?
Not at all. Affirmative. Yeah, affirmative action is another one.
Yeah, again, and civil rights. People don't know that we have. You know, they have to re-sign that every couple of years. Like people don't know we have to re-sign for our civil rights. It's not permanent like the fucking tax cuts he did for the rich.
Wow. Yeah.
Why won't they permanent make civil rights permanent like they do for tax cuts? But again, you want to. I tell people all the time, it's 2024, and instead of the Republican Party trying to come up with policies and legislation, they're trying to literally tell people how to think, how Cubans should think. You should feel the Democrats this. The Democrats got you on a plantation, and that's another wild thing. Telling black people, after our civil rights,
who mistreated them? Yeah, I've said that before. When folks say that, you know, Biden is the racist and it's Trump that loves him, I always say this. I don't care which one of these folks is allegedly racist or not. The victim of racism knows who's mistreating them. You don't need to tell somebody if you're being mistreated, you know who's doing it. So you don't need to tell, you know, minorities who is treating them wrong. They know. I mean, if they think it's Biden, they'll tell you. But most of the folks, in my opinion, from what I've seen, most of the folks suggesting that Biden is racist are not minorities. I mean, you know, that's just the way I've seen it. When you bring up vote for me, you ain't black. The overwhelming majority of people that say Biden is a racist, they're not minorities themselves, and I think that's where the issue is.
But it goes back to the point, like I hear a lot of people saying it too. I think I heard you say it too. You're trying to tell black people to care who's racist when we're given freedoms. Like if I'm in a cage and the racists open up the cage and say go. You think I give a fuck that he's racist? He let me go. I don't care.
Yeah.
I might think about that shit when I'm free somewhere, but while I'm running, I'll probably even fucking get his ass a hug and a kiss on the way out.
Well, there's two real world examples of that. First of all, Abraham Lincoln, when we gave a hug and a kiss for freeing the slaves, he said if he could end the Civil War without freeing the black, he would do it. If he could end the Civil War by freeing all blacks, he would do it. He just only wanted to end that war. He only freed black people because it was advantageous. And then, of course, Lyndon B. Johnson with the Civil Rights Act pretty much did the same thing. Neither one of those folks cared about blacks, but at the end of the day, like you said, he opened up the cage. So I got nothing but love for you, regardless of how you feel. So those are two real world examples.
I feel that's what Biden is doing with his legacy. He already has, within the black community, he has a little legacy going on. Ketanji Brown, he's appointed more people of color, indigenous, and black people justices than any president. His cabinet is the most diverse we ever seen. Only way he can end it is making Kamala the president. Stepping down, making her the first black female president. And when I tell you, MAGA, the sheets are gonna, Mike Liddell, his stocks is gonna go way up because he's gonna make a lot of money on sheets and pillowcases with Kamala.
That's scary though. If you're saying that if Biden makes Kamala president, Mike Liddell, the My Pillow guy's gonna make a bunch of money off of people cutting sheets and making Klan ropes. That's kind of frightening, though, man. That's kind of frightening.
They're gonna see America has become BLM.
So what are you saying that some white folks won't accept the idea of black leadership or something?
Yeah, and the misogynist men are not gonna like a woman, just like with Hillary.
Wow.
That's why we got Trump in office. Independents like me, like I said, I would man up and say it. Dumbass independents like me were pissed off and mad. I'm not voting for Hillary. We wanted Bernie, and look what happened.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that shit this year.
All right.
I'm not letting the tangerine tyrant in this year, no sir.
Tangerine tyrant. All right, unapologetic. You living up to your name tonight. Appreciate you coming through. Tangerine Titan. Wait. The tangerine. What was that?
Tangerine tyrant.
Tangerine tyrant. Wow. All right, gotta go. Wow. Tangerine tyrant. I think you guys know who he's talking about. By the way, tap the screen. Get me on up to 50,000. This is the backup page. Smaller numbers here. Certainly you could be anywhere you want to be this Sunday evening. I do appreciate you rolling with yours truly. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon. We do believe in letting the people speak. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You do not have to agree with the host. We believe in letting you speak. So when you're in the box, when we're conversating, who gives a damn if your opinion is different? I do believe you're entitled to it. We'll tackle it, but you do get the right to speak here. Looking at the comments, thousands and thousands of chunk victims. What is a chunk victim? Trump 2024 says blue-eyed gal. Once again, shout out to all of my female MAGA, because, the liberals are suggesting that the rolling back of Roe v. Wade, giving it back to the states, as you folks often say, is going to hurt the female Republican vote. But I do get a lot of female MAGA, female Republicans on the program. So it is what it is. We'll see if females will come out in support for legalizing women's rights, women's abortion rights, and things like that. We'll see. But I do get a lot of female MAGA. Handsome, have you seen the video of a Trump supporter calling blacks cockroaches? No, I have not, but I'm not going to blame Trump for an alleged supporter saying something that sounds racist, because we know what liberals are now saying about the Jews all over the place. I mean, not only saying things about them, blocking their paths and things like that. So there's hatred on both sides. I'm not going to blame Trump if a supporter is saying something like that. I get the notion that folks are saying that Trump has opened the door for people who hate to speak freely. I understand that, but yeah, I do believe a lot of liberals are pro-Hamas. I don't think those are Republicans that are chanting from the river to you know what. I don't want to say that on the program because I think TikTok has the damn phrase banned. But it happens on both sides. They both have broken hearts for the world. That's the truth. And by the way, I'm not a defender of Israel either. Let me just make it clear. I don't defend Israel. I believe what happened to them on October 7th was atrocious, but in the process of self-defense, they have went above and beyond. At some point, you are no longer defending yourself. You are committing war crimes, and I think they are in that arena. I do believe they have went well above and beyond what was necessary to defend their nation. They're way beyond it. They're killing a lot of people that ain't got nothing to do with Hamas. A lot of people. Looking in the comments, 90% of MAGA women are single and no one wants them, or old women with dried ovaries. Damn, that is unapologetic. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. In fact, I believe there's probably more married women among the MAGA community, because the liberals have feminists and all this, I'm independent and I don't need a man type crowd. In my opinion, I do believe that the MAGA women, I don't know about the dry ovaries comment and things like that, but I do believe there's more. I believe the marriage rate is probably higher under the right, because they're more Christian. They're more Christian based, and in marriage and things like that means a hell of a lot more to Christians and evangelicals than it does to liberals. So I got to disagree with that. I look at it in the comments though. Nope, young, married, and kids, says P. Smith. I don't think people understand how far Hamas goes throughout the Middle East. Born again, 84. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some expert on what's going on in the Israeli Gaza theater. I mean, you could be right. I damn sure will admit I probably don't know. But at the same time, there's no way in hell I believe that what Israel is doing, where they're completely occupying Gaza, that's for self-defense. They have that area 100% under control. The amount of ordnance or firearms or weapons that the Hamas are using right now against Israel is nothing. And the only reason why they could even possibly use it against the Israelis is because they're occupying their land. It's kind of like when we were in Iraq and suggesting that they were hurting U.S. soldiers. Without us being there, they had no ability to come here to this country and threaten us. It was us being there, literally putting ourselves in harm's way. I think at this point, Israel could retreat back into its own territory, put the damn fence back up, and strengthen the security around Gaza, and it would be over with. Allow them to rebuild that little tiny ass area they got. I mean, they have pretty much an outdoor prison to begin with, but let them get back to where they were. It needs to stop. In fact, the idea that not one U.S. ally believes that what Israel's doing at this point is legitimate. America's like kind of the lone country that's backing them. That should tell you everything you need to know. That all of the allies have ordered a ceasefire, and that was weeks ago that they were like, you need to stop. It's over with now, and they won't stop. Not only that, but the issue came out of Gaza. What is it, the West Bank or some of these they're in the other areas fucking with them. They went above and beyond. They've taken land from them. They use what they did on October 7th as an excuse to just commit mayhem. So I got to disagree. MAGA, what happened to the red wave? Crickets, says Reginald White. Yeah, the red wave did not take place, did not culminate. Going back to the box. You, sir, need more coffee. I've heard that before. Talking about the idea that Biden won't be on the ballot in November. What say you, Coffee?
Hello, thank you for having me.
Good to have you on. So do you think there's a chance Biden won't be on the ballot?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you think there's a chance that in November Biden won't be on the ballot? The likes that Gavin Newsom will possibly be there. Biden will step down. Do you think there's any possibility to that?
I don't see it. I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Do you think Biden? What do you think of Biden as president? Do you think he's doing a good job?
Well, the this is where I wanted to come in.
Sure.
Because I served in the military and the army for 20 years.
Thank you for your service.
And thank you. And I deployed 3 times to Iraq. And, you know, throughout my whole time, I've been a Republican. You know, it's in the military. That's how we do, right?
We're pro-military,
So,
yeah.
on this, to me, the only reason I'm voting for Biden is women's rights.
Wow.
It definitely. When I served in Iraq, I saw how can the religion and how the conservatives changed that country into what it is right now.
So what you're saying is you saw what happens when the far right has its way in the Middle East.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
In just one instance, we were on patrol, and then I saw a 10-year-old little girl being stoned by her family because she left her 54-year-old husband.
Damn.
So, and I saw in different states, like right now, their marriage age it's getting lower. 16, 14.
What state? All
of that.
Where'd you see that at?
I saw it in Iraq. I only deployed to Iraq 3 times.
Okay.
So I can see and how scary it is that I don't want my country to go to what we went. We went to Iraq to defend women and children. And for them to try to take my rights away, I'm not going to vote towards that.
So how do you respond to folks who would say that the Republicans did not take your rights away? They just gave it back to the states.
I think it should be protected federally and not to the states. The states can do whatever they want, and some of them can agree, some of them that don't agree. We females have to be protected 100%. It does not matter. It does not matter how women want to go. If they want to have an abortion or they don't want to have an abortion, but they should have the right to choose what they want to do with their body.
So let me ask you this question. Now, you've always voted Republican because you believe the Republicans are pro-military. Nothing wrong with that. But you mentioned now women's rights or the rolling back of Roe v. Wade is what's leading you to vote for Biden. If everything was the same, but they had not rolled back Roe v. Wade, how would you be voting?
I think I would have still. Okay, I vote now that I'm older and I see things different after being in war and how things can go really bad really quick. I would vote for the person, not the party. I'm not affiliated to the party no more.
Okay.
I vote for the person. I don't care whether if it's Republican or Democrat. If I see that they have the best interest of our country, that's what I'm gonna go for.
Well, a lot of Trump supporters, my beloved MAGA, certainly believe that Trump has the best interest in this country at play. Do you not agree with that?
No. After January 6th, being military, I lost my husband on my last deployment. He was deployed with me. So I'm not gonna allow, or I defended my country going somewhere else, and I lost so much. I was away from my family, away from my kids, all of that for one person to try to turn back what we have gained before. Our freedoms. January 6th was the main thing. I had a security clearance, and what he did with the documents, the top secret documents, I know how that works. Even if we would have sent like an email that we was not allowed in between from the military, we would have gone to jail. So what he did, I know exactly what they're saying. I know exactly what he did. So I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with any of that.
Wow. You're one of the strongest callers out. You're one of the most interesting callers I've talked to in a long time. So let me tell you, now you voted for Trump in 2016, though, right?
No, I did not vote for him.
Why not? You said you vote Republican. You voted for Hillary Clinton?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I did. Well, at that point, that's when I got out of the military,
Okay.
and I thought she would have been better. I never agree with what Trump did, how he behaved. To me, a president would have not behaved like that. To me, it was like a joke, like embarrassment, and I did not agree how he was, and that's what it just turned me off on many things of him. And when he became president, I'm like, okay, well, you know, we're gonna give him a chance, and I wasn't too wrong. But
So did you? So I'm assuming you did not vote for Obama either time, or were you even old enough?
no, I did not.
Okay, so you voted
No.
for John McCain and Mitt Romney.
Yes, Mr. McCain.
Okay, I'm curious. You sound quite young. That's why I'm asking this stuff.
I'm 49.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm 49.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So you voted for.
Born in 1975.
Okay.
Yes,
So you
sir.
voted for. You definitely voted for George W. Bush.
Yes,
And-
I served under W. Bush.
Okay, and you believe that Bush, the Republicans, are what got you in that war to begin with.
You know what? I joined after 9/11, and I was already 28. So it was just, you know, what I know now is not what I used to know back then.
You were feeling patriotic, and you believe that
Yes.
you were being you didn't think you were being misled, and now you realize you were.
I saw. But let me just tell you this: that I have lost a lot of good friends. I did throughout the whole time that I was in the military, and I would not. When people tell me, "Oh, well, it was just a lie," or this and that, I don't want to think about it like that, because all these people that lost their lives, they left their families to fight a fight, whether it was a lie or whether we did our best, and we did great. I mean, it's just, I don't know how to tell you.
I'm following you. Go ahead, take your time.
I mean, we fought a fight that we thought it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, you bought into it, bought into the bullshit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
And I love my country. I wanted to protect our people here, so we went over there, and we did the best that we could. And unfortunately, we lost a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I would not allow anybody to tell me it was just a lie, because all these people that paid the ultimate price, would it be in vain for them to lose their lives?
Now,
And
just to interrupt. Now, President Trump, when he was running against Jeb Bush in 2015 to dishonor George W. Bush, who you served under, Trump stated that the Iraq War was the dumbest mistake in U.S. history. Do you think he was correct?
years now, like if you ask me that, like right now, I would say yes. But back then, it was patriotic.
Wow.
That's the best way I could put it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we get to serve under with, you know, you see people get killed, you see people get hurt, you see people lost their marriages.
Yeah.
You see people get depressed. I have seen grown men cry while we get under attack, because it's overwhelming. The feelings are so overwhelming.
Yeah.
Now it was so stupid, but at the time it was patriotic. We were doing the right thing at the time.
Right.
And we cannot just look the other way and all those.
Well, let me interrupt because we don't want to go too. I mean, you got me. You really touching me on this, but let me just say this, and I do appreciate your service, but you've been through some real shit, something. But real quick, I want to ask you, because right now with Biden in office, folks, I know you don't favor Trump, but folks are suggesting under Trump we weren't this close to another major conflict requiring younger girls like yourself to go back to war. Folks are suggesting that Biden is getting us into damn near World War III. How do you feel about that?
I don't believe so. As a matter of fact, my son, it's in the Navy right now, and he's serving right now. So, you know, I feel that, like, for example, Ukraine, the way I look at it and the way I see it, I would rather us, because this is what we're doing. We're using our old equipment and we're just giving it to them, and we're just upgrading ours. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
So we're investing in our own military, and we're just getting whatever we don't use, and we're just gonna basically stop using it, giving it to them. That's basically what it is. So I would rather have them fight their own fight, and we just give them whatever they need. We're still upgrading ours. We're still getting
Right.
top of the line.
Right.
So I would rather have that. And I don't think come on, Mr. Biden lost his son to chemicals in Iraq. I've lost people with the same thing, with brain cancer for the same thing, and lung cancer. So a lot of my battles are going through that, and some of them have lost their life. So I think he's trying to protect us, and just people that are not looking at it out like that, or they're just listening to other things.
Yeah.
But
you're going to have haters out there no matter what side you're on. And you're right. Some of the issues, some of the things that people are disliking Biden for, it's media or it's just coming from the right. I mean, it's happening on the left with Trump too, but yeah, some of it is just misinformation. But I got to move it on, but I'll give you the last word. Wow. I mean, you've probably been the most interesting caller I had in a while. I mean, I didn't expect this to get this deep, but anytime you see me come back, it's an honor talking to you. Wow. I would have guessed you were much younger, but you've been through a lot.
Born in 1975.
Yeah, I would have guessed you were much like, wow. Well, I'm moving on, but thank you. It's been a pleasure.
One more thing that I just want to say.
Sure.
I'm Hispanic. I guess you probably can tell by my accent.
Yeah.
And all these people that are talking about illegals and stuff like that, I have read Project 2025, and I have read Agenda 47. And what he wants to do, I take it very seriously because I serve my country. I have lost people, and nobody has the right to tell other people that they're undocumented or anything like that. And actually, I used to be Christian. Now I'm an atheist.
Damn. The Republican, without mincing my words at all, based on what you're saying, the Republican Party is fucking up your thought process. Like, you have really went completely away from them because of what you believe they're doing. That's what it really sounds like.
Yep. And the war made me change my mind.
Yeah.
And not until you're on the war and you see people die and you see people's rights taken away, then you realize what we have here in our country is more than anything else that all those people can think of. And that's all I got to say. You know, I'm Hispanic. I serve my country, and I have lost my husband. So I have lost a lot. So here we are. And like I said, I read Project 2025. He has no right to do any of that like he's trying to do. And take people's rights away? No, sir. That's why he doesn't have my vote. That's why I changed I consider myself liberal now. So
wow.
It's a big change from being in the military and now becoming a liberal. And also Uvalde. The massacre in Uvalde changed my thought on weapons. I do like the Second Amendment, but we do need some restrictions. So that's what I think.
Well,
and I do visit. I'm in Texas. Mm-hmm. Another thing that this state is so red, and I live about an hour and a half from Uvalde. So
damn,
it's one of those things.
So they pretty much forced you to open your eyes and see that you were on the wrong side of the fence, basically.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, thank you very much for having me. You guys have a good night.
Thank you
for everything you're doing, and I love your content, sir.
And I absolutely love this call. Thank you very much. Anytime, come on back through. Wow. I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. really touched me with that. And my YouTube audience was tearing her to shreds. She's fake. She's a plant. And to be candid, I do get fake callers. I do get plants. I do get people lying about how they really feel. I didn't get that from her. And I can see both sides. I make it clear. I try to be fair on both sides. I'll attack the left just like on the right. I asked her questions trying to really detect that. Like, is she on some bullshit? I didn't feel it. I felt that what she was saying was genuine as hell. Especially the part about losing her husband. I didn't. It's hard. I can't imagine her making all that up. It was too detailed. The responses were crisp and right on. The pauses were where they should be for more. I don't, unless she's a really good actress. I don't get it. Anyhow, let me go back to the box. That really, really threw me off. That really hurt. She was real. That's why they're mad. Yeah, and yeah, she was genuine. There's no way in hell that woman was making that up. It took me off for a minute when she said she was in her late 40s, but right off the bat, the year she's born, the cops always ask that. You say you're 22. What year were you born? And the person, no, I didn't see it. I'm just going to say that I did not see it. It was authentic enough that it touched me. And I'm talking a little bit before going to the next caller because I felt everything she was saying. That call almost hurt. I really sympathize with that woman. Looking in the comments, let me see if I can continue on. Why don't MAGA move to Russia since they like Putin so much? MAGA is pro Russia. I do believe that's true. Looking in the comments on YouTube, Adam says shills make me laugh. All right. She says she was born in 1975, but she was 28 in 2000. Okay. Did she say she was 28 in 2000? You doing the math, okay? She was born in 75. She would have been 25 in 2000. But the war didn't start in 2000. We didn't go into Iraq until 2003, 2004. I don't think in the comments she never said what year she was born. Yes, she did, Mark Connor. She said it twice. She said 75 because I was born in 72 and it made me instantly. Yeah, she said it twice. When you find out how much money has been laundered, you'll like Russia as well. I think there's a lot more reasons to dislike Russia that has nothing to do with laundering money. It's a communist country. People are being oppressed. Laundering money ain't going, you can suggest that the Ukraine is not on the up and up. I hear folk biolabs and things like that, but that doesn't make Russia look like a better country. If you don't believe the Ukraine is worthy of helping, we can entertain that argument, but that doesn't make Russia suddenly become a better country. It just doesn't. Chunk, the king of fraudulent shell companies and head chef on cooking the books. Chunk, what is Chunk? Dems are members of the Communist Party USA. Billy Bob, I don't know what that means. Look, I've heard that Democrats, every IST except capitalists. They're fascists, they're Marxists, they're communists. Every IST you can come up with. It all can't be correct. It all can't be correct. At some point, somebody's demonizing just to make up terms. Chunk equals Trump. All right, I get it now. So next time I see chunk, as in chunky soup, I'll understand it means the former president, number 45. It's not communist anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. It is corrupt. Even China isn't full commie. It's commie government with capitalist economy because it was failing. We don't like Russia or Putin. I like that. Time on my side. It's the same thing when Obama was trying to pass universal health care and everybody was saying that was socialist. It's not. Just about all of our allies give its citizens universal health care. In fact, just like I'm having these debates now, I used to call in and speak with John Gibson of Fox News, and they would put me on with other callers because I was decent at debating, and they liked me. In fact, they invited me out to the studios out there back in 2015 because I used to call in and debate so much. But that was the comment I made in regards to Obama. I asked one caller who was saying Obama was a socialist because of universal health care. I said, name me one other country in the free world that's a capitalist country. Because it's bragging about how great capitalism is and how great it works. I said, well, name me another capitalist country on the planet. He couldn't, because all the rest of them provide universal health care. All of the free countries provide some form of universal health care. So it backed him in the corner by saying that Obama providing universal health care was socialist. Essentially, you're basically saying all of the free world is socialism and that America is the only capitalist country on earth. It never made any sense. Going back to the box. We will continue on. Wow, that last caller got me though. But Andy, good evening. Welcome to the program. Andy, good evening.
Hello.
Hey, good to have you on. So we're talking about the notion that President Biden.
Quite touching.
Huh?
That woman's story was quite touching.
Yeah, it was. It took. I had to bloviate a little bit before taking you on. I'm like, I gotta calm down. Yeah, it was. It really was weird. I get a lot of.
She joined in 2003. I don't know why they're saying she didn't. I mean, like I deal with veterans all the time. There was nothing inauthentic in what she said, even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
No, I get some wild shit on the program, and that one I felt that. I really, especially she lost her husband. She gave up a lot for her country, and realizes that her country didn't even do her right, didn't tell the truth. That story sounded like Rambo out there coming back in first blood. It felt like that. Like, this is bullshit.
When I heard her say that she had lost her husband during her last deployment, I actually shed a tear, and I don't cry at anything.
I'm telling you, I felt it. I didn't get quite that, but it quirked up in me. I felt something when she said that too.
Lies don't make you feel that way.
Yeah. I get a lot of liars on the program, left and right, and like I said, I tried to pick out enough to figure out it because I'm thinking, like, really, are you making this up? And no, her answers were authentic.
And I think Biden will make it just fine. He got on a bike to fall off of it. I have never seen Trump on a bike. Not once. Especially not with those little lock pedals. Have you ever ridden one of those bikes? You have to put your feet on it immediately as the pedals start moving. Then to get them off, you have to get them unlocked and your feet back. Like, I've fallen off one of those bikes. It ain't easy.
You talking about an e-bike?
No, like the little pedals on the bike that Biden rides.
Okay.
He has special shoes, and they lock into the.
Oh yeah, I got flat feet, so my feet kind of go out a little bit. I've never been able to use those pedal covers where you put your feet out because I don't like them because if something happens, you can't get off the damn bike in time. Your feet are stuck to the pedals. I would never use those.
I rode my friend's bike. I was like, no, you can have that bike and those shoes.
No, I've never rode, and I've been riding bikes all my life. In fact, I got 3 e-bikes sitting here right next to me. I've been riding bikes from the time I was 5. I still ride them, and I would never use those things.
E-bikes, I got questions.
Sure. Really, what question you got?
I'm really worried about Joe Biden making it. Like, did you hear his speech at the Correspondents' Dinner?
I've seen clips of it, and he sounded fine to me.
He sounded strong, happy, funny. Like, Trump never does well at the Correspondents' Dinner. Like, I'm sure there's ketchup everywhere.
So you don't believe Joe Rogan at all, suggesting that Biden is going to drop out and Gavin Newsom's going to take over?
What's Joe Rogan smoking now?
I don't know, but he is saying, I'll let you hear. It's only about 10 seconds or whatever, but
they told him a bunch of stuff and said that Joe Biden did it. It was all stuff that Trump did, and he was like, oh, yeah,
I saw that. I saw that.
And he found out it was Trump. He started back. So I don't care about Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan is a joke. He's like Jenny McCarthy. He's something bad for the whole country that shouldn't happen.
Damn. You think Joe Rogan is that bad, huh?
Well, I mean, Jenny McCarthy gave us anti-vax, and he gives us misinformation. So
yeah. I saw that interview before I came on here. That one you're talking about, where they basically were talking about Trump saying that the Civil War, that planes, that Civil War soldiers were defending airports during the Civil War, which obviously is like 100 years before the invention of the airplane. But he led to.
giggle at that.
Yeah, he led the viewers though to believe those two guys you're talking about to believe that that statement was coming from Biden, and they could easily understand something stupid like they're coming from Biden. But then when he told them it was coming from Trump, you're right. They started backtracking and making it sound like, well, they all say crazy things every now and then. It changed completely.
And like, I'm more worried about Trump, who eats McDonald's and KFC, and his arteries are probably clogged, and he's under tremendous stress because of all these trials. And I'm sure Friday he didn't want to go home and go, "Happy birthday, baby! I'm home for paying off the." I don't blame him for going straight to Wisconsin. I would have gone there too.
What do you think is going to happen at it? Do you think
you probably like the president of him not being there?
What do you think is going to happen out of that, Alvin Bragg? You think he's going to get a conviction up there in New York?
I don't know. I would like to think the justice system will work, but I don't know.
Because that's probably the only trial Trump is going to go through. The Supreme Court looks like they're at the very least going to help him along with this immunity case. They may not grant him full immunity, but they're going to help delay it at least.
How sad is that,
yeah.
Tim? How sad? How sad that he didn't say, "I didn't do it." How sad that he said, "I need immunity and a pardon."
Yeah. So he has the Supreme Court help that seems to be favorable, and the judge down in Miami with Jack Smith, she's also slow walking it, so he's doing good. I think he's going.
I want to say this: she's on very thin ice of getting the circuit court to slap her down and replace her, but that'll still hurt us because it'll be time off the trial.
Well, not only that, but if Trump wins the presidency, I'm sure she'll get her job back out of nowhere. So, I don't
know. I'm worried about the kids that aren't voting for Biden, but I don't worry. Trump is not doing well. RFK Jr. is taking a chump out of him. He seems to be complaining. RFK Jr. is gaining support, and it's Trump supporters.
Oh, so you think that Biden might be to pull it off?
I don't know. I've met more people on this app that are new in the past week that were ex-Republicans that don't know if they're going to vote for Biden, but they know they're definitely not voting for Trump.
Yeah. Well,
they want to know the difference between RFK Jr. and Biden. I'm like, okay, I can do that.
Yeah. Well, you see my last caller, because that's what I've been pointing out is that, I get my female MAGA, I always give them a shout out, but that's one woman there that is not voting Republican, mainly because of women's rights. I mean, that was what she started out with, but she had other issues with the Republican Party, but that was her main issue is the rolling back of Roe v. Wade.
That, and I still don't forgive George W. Bush for the weapons of mass destruction that did not exist.
Yeah.
And he grew the government how much bigger? How much money? Yeah. But they complain about the FISA court that they created. Republicans forget all the stuff they're bitching about they created.
Well, I think that the issue is MAGA views the Republican Party before Trump as something different. They don't like the Bush family, obviously. So they don't really take responsibility for it. Look, Trump is a new sheriff in town.
EPA, though.
Huh?
Who created the EPA?
Who created the Environmental Protection Agency? I don't know who created it.
Republicans.
Hey, that's not a bad thing.
Under Nixon, their policies were changing. That's when the parties were shifting places.
Okay.
See, they always want to say that they've always been the same Republicans, but the problem is now that it's out in the open that, the things they hate, they created.
Oh, I get your point. Okay, I get your point. I didn't know they created the EPA, but I get your point because Trump certainly, he was not a fan of the EPA, but you're saying the Republican Party is what created it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they also gave the blessing to Roe.
Didn't know that either.
Because Nixon said he hoped it would help women to get rid of, and forgive me for saying this, interracial children. His aide had to tell him, this is Nixon now, had to say, and great. He freaked out. Because Nixon just blurted that out there. See, look at your comments.
So Nixon was praising women having the ability to have an abortion so that if they had a biracial child, they would have a way to get out of it.
There's your comments. Just read them.
Wow. That's why I like speaking to you folks, because at the end of the day, like I said, I feel like I'm fairly well versed on a lot of things, but I learn a lot more speaking with you folks on the right and the left. MAGA, I enjoy talking to MAGA as well. I get some interesting tidbits from both sides, but didn't know that. Did not know that.
So that's my something new I taught you this week.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I did not know Nixon said something that outrageous, that it gives women who have gotten pregnant with a black child, I'm thinking, or a minority child, a legitimate way to get rid of it. Wow. That's terrible. I got to look it up, though. I got to verify it.
It's okay. I don't mind. I never want you to just believe what I say. I always want you to look it up. I always want you to verify it. And if you want me to, I'll send you half the data I have. You know me.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this right off the bat. Donna Bambrook on YouTube. Now, like I said, I give shout out to my female MAGA. She suggested that I'm wasting time with prank callers, which would be you. So
she doesn't know me very well, does she?
Yeah. Well, I'm just letting you know my YouTube audience is more right leaning than my TikTok. And my TikTok audience used to be.
But I also feel like they probably don't come into contact with as much information from another side.
Could be. I can't speak on that.
On YouTube. I think that it's more here you kind of get an even blend whether you like it or not. On
TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your FYP though, your For You page, yeah. But you're right, you will get a far more even blend on TikTok than YouTube. I do believe that is the case for now.
There's a lot of misinformation on YouTube. Like YouTube is constantly having to snatch videos down because they're not true.
Yeah, I don't like that though. I mean, if something's not true, I say leave it up to the people. I mean, because if a person wants to believe misinformation and you snatch their video down, they'll just find it from somewhere else. Or
I got mad because they took down the Jan 6 videos because I watched that morning, January 6th, through an Oath Keeper settlement.
To me, the idea that January 6th was a tour or they got let in it, to me, simple logic should let you know it doesn't make any sense. For instance, like I always say, even the cops that were letting people in, we know that half the building was being overran on the other side because we know they weren't all let in. So that means that the cops that were letting people in undoubtedly had radios that were screaming with cops on the other side of the building asking for backup. Just knowing that alone makes it clear that it makes no sense that the cops would just be peacefully letting people in. You know that those cops knew.
The videotape from the Jan 6 hearings of people hanging from the trees and the police radioing each other on the ground, talking about all people that, they viewed as dangerous.
Yeah, but they don't buy any of that. They believe they're all making it up. But yeah, there's radio. If you watch the January 6 hearings, the radio calls were saying that they saw guns in the audience because a lot of folks believe there was nobody armed there that day. But they actually were saying it over the radio that people have guns here. So it is what it is. I think there's a certain group of people.
I would like to tell them one thing. They have to realize that to believe Donald Trump, they have to not believe their own eyes, not believe anything else they hear. And anybody, even in his own party, that says different, they have to immediately make an enemy. How does that make sense?
I can't say that it does, Andy. I can't say that it does.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure. You know how we do. Thank you.
Have a good Sunday night.
You too. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming through. Real quick, I want to say in regards to or better yet, the YouTube side of the owl, you haven't watched the 4-hour video from all cameras. Tyler Jones. I did watch what McCarthy sent Tucker Carlson. So I've seen that stuff. And then I've seen what the mainstream media had. There's probably more footage I have not seen. But I think what I just stated still applies. And that is that every Capitol Police officer that was present there that day knew that at least some part of that building was being overrun. If you look at the QAnon shaman video, he's clearly just being peacefully let in. There's like 6-7 officers standing around him, and they're not arresting him. They're letting him walk through and peacefully, look like he's almost touring the place. But my response still applies. There's no way in hell those 6 officers that were letting him go in there did not know that some of that building was being overran. There's no way in hell they didn't know that. So that right there is what makes me push back on the notion that they were given a tour. Because first of all, how many times have you ever been to a national monument from what is the one in Mount Rushmore with the president's face on it? Or if you go to a monument like the Arch in St. Louis. I mean, there's national monuments all over the country. How many times have you ever had a tour from a guy with a gun on in a police outfit? So that right there, it's just parts of the explanation that doesn't make sense. Armed police officers don't give tours. Nowhere. They don't give tours. So the idea that, well, the Capitol Police were letting them in and giving tours, you've never seen that. You've never had a tour from somebody wearing a police outfit with a gun on them. So that's the first part of it. Second part of it is the building was loaded with Senate, Congress, Vice President, peaceful transition of power. The building was closed there that day. It was closed. All of the Capitol Police officers knew that building was closed. That's why the barricades were out front. So the idea that the Capitol Police were just letting people in to have a tour, I think it's pretty obvious that the Capitol Police were overran, and let them in out of fear. I mean, you see the black guy running up the steps with the baton, and those folks are following behind him. Is that how a tour looks to you? That they're coming in and chasing the guy up the steps? He claims at the January 6th hearings that they called him the N-word. I'm not even going to go down that path. But just fact is, every Capitol Police officer there had a radio on, and their radio was screaming that the building was being overran. Even the ones that peacefully let people in. So that kind of eliminates the idea that they just were letting them in for a tour. I mean, he's giving you a tour and his radio is screaming, I need backup, I need help over here. And you're going to tell me he's still giving you the tour? That doesn't even make sense. They were scared. They were overran. They didn't want to just murder people and then run out of bullets and then meet an awful death themselves. So they let folks in. So look at it in the comments. Hell no, he was scared, so he called race. Tyler Jones, you said, hell no, he was scared. Why was he scared? He's being chased up the steps with a baton in his hand. Nancy Pelosi is in charge of Capitol Police. She is worth $170 million on a $200,000 salary. I'm not going to pretend like you don't make a fortune as a national politician for years, but in terms of the Capitol Police, I do agree that some of them should have been either brought up to explain why they let folks in, so that, you know, to actually answer why Tucker Carlson had that kind of video, because it does look damning. It is enough to ask questions. Why are they not being more resistant to him? The answer is simple. They were overran, and they knew that they didn't have another choice. They didn't want to engage in a gunfight with enemies that they hadn't patted or searched. They didn't know if MAGA had guns themselves. They didn't pat them down or anything. That's the first thing. Second is there's more enemies than you have rounds. So you got 5,000 or 6,000 people trying to come at you, and maybe you got 50 rounds on you. When you run out of bullets, they're going to pick you to pieces. So I think that's the situation in that. He was leading them to another part of the building, says Mario Hernandez. Well, whatever the case may be, it wasn't a tour. It was not a tour. You're talking about the black guy going up the steps. Trump offered National Guard and Pelosi refused. I'll go back to the box, but just to wrap it up on this particular subject, and I see 6'10" Big Stretch said I would have used all bullets. Yeah, and you'd be dead. You would be dead. You would have fired off every bullet you used against the protesters or rioters or whatever. You would have ran out of bullets, and they would have came in and killed you. All of them. You'd have been dead. That's what would have happened. In regards to the comment, Trump offered the National Guard and Nancy Pelosi refused. That's a very common sentiment. The January 6th hearings committee, which I know MAGA doesn't buy into, state otherwise, but let's go with the idea that Nancy Pelosi was responsible for providing the National Guard. I go back to my original statement I've said all the time. Trump knew. Let's say it was Nancy Pelosi's job to provide the National Guard and she failed. And I'll go to the box after this statement. Let's say that she failed to do her job. It was her job to provide security. She did not do it. By the time Trump came to the stage, Giuliani had spoke, Steve Bannon had spoke, Flynn had spoke, I believe Trump Jr. had spoke. There was a host of speakers that came up before Trump. So by the time Trump got up to speak, there was probably already an hour or more of speech before Trump. This is the hang Mike Pence crowd, all of this. Trump gets up there to speak, knowing he called the National Guard, knowing it was Nancy Pelosi's job. I'm pretending like it's Nancy's. It's her job. When he's speaking, he knows at that point the National Guard is not there. He knows that whoever's job, let's say it's Nancy Pelosi, had not did her job and not provided the National Guard. He could have gave his speech knowing that security was improper and ended it. Why would you send them to the Capitol building knowing the security is inadequate? That's on him. You can't blame Nancy Pelosi for that. Okay, Nancy Pelosi didn't do her job. But now you up there speaking and you know she didn't do her job. Why would you then send an unsecured crowd to the Capitol building? Does he get a pass for that? Because he clearly knew the security wasn't there. I'm assuming Rudolph Giuliani, Steve Bannon, they all knew the National Guard was not there. So why, after all of that, would you then send them to the National Guard? And I see in the comments, Bearded Chair 3 says he told them to peacefully protest. If you could simply make the crowd peacefully by saying so, then why request the National Guard in the first place? Obviously, you need the National Guard because you believe there may not be peace. So why send them to the Capitol building if you know the security you requested is not there? I didn't get any of the security I requested, but I believe I can magically snap my fingers and say, go peacefully, and there won't be a need for them. Is he really missing the mark that much? I mean, because that's what you're saying, is that even though he felt they needed security, his word is better than an actual presence of the National Guard force. No, they ain't here, but all you got to do is say go peacefully, and it'll eradicate all of that. I mean, does he think he's Jesus? That's insane. That's going back what you stated. Going back to the box. Wow, that is crazy. Going back to the box, we'll go straight to, I think it was King Finn. Good evening, King. The idea that Biden is not going to be there on these. Okay, wait a minute. The box didn't bring him up. All right, we'll try it again. I don't know what just happened with my last guest, but we'll go to Sirkin Supper Club. Biden needs to send Trump to Gitmo. Oh my God. Cuba until after the election, then prosecute him. Well, with this immunity shit, as ridiculous as that sounds, he might be to get away with it if they give Trump immunity. I don't want Trump to be sent out of the country. That would be wrong. But if you grant Trump immunity, you kind of grant Biden the ability to do some really wacky shit, are you not? Jesus definitely was way before his time, even compared to our religions. Okay. So if Trump said go home, they would have went home. No, but they were not at the Capitol building, Bearded Chow. Whatever the case may be. If Trump told them they were the speech that Trump was giving them was about 2 miles from the Capitol building. If Trump knew the security was not present there that day, and America's most sensitive targets were in the Capitol building, the targets that they didn't like, the ones he said go peacefully after really hyping them up, what Trump could have easily done is continue speaking for another hour or so and had his Secret Service get them out of there. Wrap it, let them know they need to wrap it up because the security that Nancy Pelosi was supposed to provide is not here. Nancy Pelosi failed to do her job. So I'm going to hold this crowd here because they're happy hearing me speak. They're not after me. They're happy hearing me speak. I'm going to hold them. I'm going to extend this speech out, maybe bring another Republican guest. You could have put, one of the other, I don't know if Marjorie Taylor Greene was there that day, but have Rudolph Giuliani and somebody go back up there and talk to him. Have him, go on for another half hour, an hour, and simply get them out of the building. It would have been that simple. It would have been that simple. Certainly, there's no legitimate reason to send them to the Capitol building, though. Knowing security is not there, that doesn't make any sense. Democrats wish he would go to jail, says Eloy. I do believe a lot of Democrats believe it, but there's some traditional Republicans that want Trump locked up too. If Trump goes to prison, he will live like a king and still run the country on the side. You can't do that, Stephen. You can't go visit with world leaders and things like that if you're in jail. So you're not running the country properly. This isn't El Chapo. You can't run the country from, what are you going to do, make songs from jail like the January 6th choir or some hip-hop star? You can't run the country while you're in jail. You can get elected to do it, but I don't see how you're going to actually run it like you. To me, that's crazy. Trump needs to go to jail, deport his ass. How can you deport the guy who's born in America? The sign behind you is hilarious. Think and Democrat in the same sentence. Linda, another one of my female Trump supporters, or female Republican at least. All right, Linda, I hear you. Going back to the box. I don't know what's been going on with the comment section, but we've been having a few problems. Let's try, we tried Sirkin Supper Club. Nancy Pelosi never had control of the DC. Sirkin, you got a really loud background. Okay, in regards to the question, what does it says? Nancy Pelosi never had control of the DC National Guard. Trump was in charge. Trump failed the USA. I do believe that's what they said at the January 6th hearings, but I'm entertaining the statement that Nancy Pelosi was in charge of the National Guard. Even if she was, that still means that Trump dropped the ball. Sirkin, good evening.
Good evening. So, sorry, I'm walking my dogs. I'm about to turn off from a major street onto a minor one, so I'll try to mute if I see any cars nearby. The way I look at it with January 6th is anybody, I don't care what any police officers do on the inside. The analogy I make it to is like if somebody goes to rob a bank, right? The second you smash a door and you step behind the counter, it does not matter what happens at that point. It doesn't matter how the employees respond. Same thing on Jan 6th, where we saw a bunch of people have to push through barriers. Yeah. You couldn't just walk up to the door to get to the police officers that showed the guy through. And as you pointed out, sorry, 1 second. And as you pointed out before, there was undoubtedly radio communication between all of these people. And so they knew, and I'm betting they also damn well knew where all the Congress people were. So if you, and also as you pointed out, you only have so many bullets. So if you peacefully show somebody to the wrong direction, you are doing your job to the best of your abilities to protect the people you need to protect. Because who cares about a small amount of property damage when compared to, human lives?
Yeah, they actually, if they had have been successful, they could have really completely taken out the entire head of the U.S. government with the exception of Trump. Trump would have been the only remaining person, and it would have been up to Trump to appoint a replacement for all of government. I mean, they had all of the Senate, Republican and Democrat, by the way. They had all the Senate and Congress and the vice president in one location. In my opinion, after seeing what happened on January 6th, they should not do that again. They should not put them all together in one location like that, because if you do have a rogue president, he could have literally gotten rid of everybody under him in one fell swoop. And then it would have been up to him to replace the entire government with loyal people.
That's effectively the plot of Lone Survivor, right? The TV show. Where I think in that one, it was during the State of the Union or something.
Yeah.
Something happened, and then the one member of Congress was just the only person left in the government.
Yeah.
But there's a YouTube video I think you should watch at some point. It's on David Pakman's channel, and it's called something along the lines of "Election Whisperer says not to fear the polls," and he's interviewing a woman named Rachel Bitcoffer or something to that effect. And she is sorry, I'll be away from dogs in a second. And basically, she talks about a whole bunch of stuff, but one of the really big things that I think is important, that actually hits on a point that April had, in terms of her seeing a lot more new people, is this woman Rachel said that basically, except for those who are hyper politically aware, which is only about like 20% of the country, that people don't really start paying attention to politics to Memorial Day of an election year. So we are still about a month before the majority of Americans actually start paying attention and truly giving a shit.
I think that may apply normally. But I think in this race, one thing I always give Trump credit for, that I think he's done more than any president in our lifetime, is that he has drawn more people into the political arena than anybody before, because the folks who like him really like him. The folks who hate him really hate him. And I think in this case, people were paying attention before May. I believe what you came across probably applies normally, but I mean, I'm getting young folks, well under 30 that is coming on the program. We didn't used to give a damn about politics back in the day when we were younger in age. You got young folks now. Certainly with what happened with Roe v. Wade and stuff like that. I mean, I think they're paying attention now. I don't think they're waiting to May. I think they already are paying attention.
I think there might be an extent, but she already knows how she's going to vote. But I think there is a lot of people who are a little bit like my mom. Where my mom, she's full on liberal, and like my dad and I, we both like talking politics and listening to a whole bunch of stuff. She doesn't want to hear any of it. She just gets stressed out by it.
Wow.
And she is what you would call like an old school Republican, where back when she was young, she used to vote on the Republican ticket, and she used to do split stuff, and she used to define herself as financially conservative and socially liberal, and eventually, because of how the parties have actually shifted, she one day realized, I'm full on Democrat. So I don't think necessarily politically, but I think there's a decent number of people who just don't want to deal with it or go on with their normal lives. I think what you're saying about people being aware, I think there is a contingency of people who are more aware right now, which is actually part of why, and you just hit on a subject as to why I don't think that this election is going to be close. I know what the polls say right now, but with
but wait, you said it's not going to. You said it's not going to be close. Are you saying Trump's going to win by a landslide?
No, Biden. And here's why. Doing all right. Sorry, I'm on the phone right now. I'm gonna circle back with the dogs. Sorry. Anyway, but so I don't view, for instance, Ohio as being a liberal state. I view it as obviously being quite conservative.
Right.
Kansas, similarly. Alabama, certain districts in Long Island, and the thing that all these places have in all these places have in common is that there recently have been elections there that either directly had to do with abortion, or abortion was the referendum on the candidate, and they all went to either support abortion or to the Democrat. Every single one of them. There's an abortion referendum in Kansas. It went 60%. Yeah. Similar in Ohio, 59% to protect abortion in their state constitution. Kansas. Alabama, there was the seat that flipped. Long Island, George Santos' seat. Also, again, a conservative-leaning district that went heavily Democrat.
Yeah.
Right.
It happened down in Alabama too. Andy comes on the program and tells me about down in Alabama a conservative seat flipped like that as well.
Yeah, and by 20 points. It wasn't close. And so I think that when I live in Nevada, which is a toss-up state, but I would say that leans blue.
Okay.
I don't and so which is part of why I moved here, so I can actually politically make a difference. Because I used to live in a solid blue state, but they but like I don't think Nevada's actually going to be that close because there's going to be, I believe, abortion protections are going to be up on the ballot. Same with Arizona. They have an abortion referendum there, and so like I think that a lot of these swing states that are looking close are going to go to Biden comfortably, and he's going to and I'm not saying that liberals should get comfortable. I think that they should be afraid of the idea of a Trump victory and push to be active.
You see Biden winning with confidence. And by the way, just for laughs, thank you for the confetti. Let me ask you this though, Sirkin. On YouTube, L. Arnie says Trump will be back. Well, he says before 25. I don't quite get that, but he's saying that if folks are alluding to if Trump doesn't win, it's because the Democrats cheated, as if there's no way the Democrats could win legitimately. How do you respond to that?
I mean, I view that person as a conspiracy theorist. That even when Donald Trump won his free and fair election, and he defeated Hillary Clinton, he received 3 million fewer votes than her, right? But he won the Electoral College by about 60,000 votes spread out over 3 states. And that is when he did not have nearly the same baggage that he has now. That was before January 6th. That's before he committed his other crime. That's before Roe v. Wade got overturned. He lost by 9 million votes to Biden.
Yeah, but you do admit that Biden has baggage as well. I mean, people are certainly talking about his age and speech more. The border is a worse problem than it was. I mean, the economy, even though the analysts believe the economy is okay, but the citizens of this country, most of them believe that the economy is not that great. So Biden has baggage too.
Not nearly as much. Two, he carried a lot of the similar kind of baggage as he had before, which is like he's an old man. Like the Republicans saying that like he sniffs children. That was out there like in the 2020 election. Sure, he's been president, but I think, but again, like I think that Roe v. Wade being overturned, I think it's going to be solely on that issue, right? Yeah. Which is because you have that, and then you have the benefit of in a large number of states. For instance, Florida. Now, do I think Biden's going to win Florida? Probably not. But Florida now has an abortion referendum on their ballot.
Yep.
Which means Florida's in play. Furthermore, Donald Trump sucks with money. Like he really does. And if you look at the number of field offices both candidates have in competitive states. Like Biden has something like 12 in Pennsylvania, like 5 or 6 in Michigan, and a whole bunch. He has just like a bunch in Georgia. Trump has none, like in any of these places. This kind of like in 2020, Trump effectively had to shut down his election apparatus for about 2 weeks because he ran out of money. Like the brilliant businessman ran out of money, and he had to like stop ads. And there's a lot of people who talk about how that self-inflicted error cost him a lot of stuff because he hurt him severely.
I don't know, but Trump has a lot of support. I got to move it on, Sirkin, but there's a lot of love for the guy, though. Understand that, regardless of the money.
He's always going to have his 35%. And they are a loud minority, and nobody's ever going to convince him otherwise. The election is going to be won by those in the middle, the ones who are a little more quiet.
All right.
Not the loud, obnoxious assholes like me. And take it easy, boss. I appreciate you having me up.
Well said. Appreciate you coming through. Enjoying that Nevada heat. I'm assuming he's out walking at night. Well, Nevada's not super hot this time of year. Love me some Vegas, by the way. How does a billionaire run out of money, says 610? I don't know. Well, Trump can never run out of money because MAGA has his back. I don't think he could ever run out of money. Here's an interesting comment. Show me State of Mind says January 6th was a Hollywood production, a Fed surrection. It was planned and orchestrated by the military, deep state with the whole federal cabal to make Trump look bad. I think so. I know this. Well, here's the issue with that. I mean, there's a whole lot there. Hollywood production. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that Hollywood had anything to do with January 6th? Planned and orchestrated by the military. Once again, where's the evidence that the military was in on the planning of January 6th? And the idea that it's a cabal to make Trump look bad. The problem with that is Trump has spoken so favorably of the participants of January 6th that the idea that it was fed and cabal, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, why would he make songs with people who worked to make him look bad? That doesn't make any sense. Now, if Trump was saying what you're saying, if other Republicans that were present there were saying what you're saying, it would make more sense. But I don't think Trump has spoken negatively about anybody participating in the January 6th protest. And I'll give you credit. I'll call it a protest. I won't even call it insurrection or whatever. The protest. He said it was a peaceful protest. It was a love fest. It was a good day. He's not blaming the feds or calling it a cabal or any of that stuff. You're saying that. He's not the guy who was there. I don't hear Ted Cruz or any of the Republicans that were there that day calling it a cabal. The people who were saying that had no access to the grounds there that day. The folks who were actually there that day, the McCarthy's, Marco Rubio, I'm talking about Republicans, by the way. I'm not even throwing liberals into the crowd. I'm going on the right and saying that nobody on the right is even saying that stuff. Mike Pence is not blaming it on some kind of Fed insurrection. It makes no sense. Liberals hear what they want to hear and ignore the truth, says Daniel Morgan. I don't disagree with that there's some folks who ignore the truth, but I will tell you January 6th has a hell of a lot of that on the opposite. Because folks are talking about whether it's Mike Epps, Antifa, Black Lives Matter. As one of my viewers just said, the feds were involved in it. Notice how Trump is not blaming any of those folks. Do we supposed to pretend like more? These folks know more than Trump. Trump, if these entities were there to make the protests of Trump look bad, Trump would be the first person pointing it out. Trump would be the first person pointing out that the feds, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, or whatever was here to hurt my cause. Trump himself would be saying that. The fact that Trump is not saying it, and it's overwhelmingly coming from a bunch of folks who are not there that day, speaks volumes. The people who were there that day are not claiming it was Antifa now a few folks in the crowd bring up Ray Epps, but the people who were in power are not saying Ray Epps, are not saying the feds, are not saying Black Lives Matter, are not saying Antifa. We're supposed to pretend like Trump said it was a good day, that he would pardon them. It's something we should ignore. You think Trump would pardon Antifa? You think Trump would pardon Black Lives Matter? Maybe do a song with them? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. Look, you can give your spiel on it. I'm willing to entertain whatever statement you have, but just taking that apart, it doesn't make any sense. You're telling me that Trump believed that Black Lives Matter on January 6th or Antifa was giving him a love fest? It doesn't make any sense at all. Looking in the comments, they were all white on January 6th. Well, there was a couple speckles of blacks. I think there were about 2 or 3 black people. This is bad, but yeah, there was a handful of black people. I think 1 or 2 black people went into the Capitol building because one of the black dudes got the worst prison sentence this side of the Oath Keeper and leader of the Proud Boys. I think other than them two, I think the dude got like 7 years in prison or something like that. The black guy did, because when he got his sentence at that time, he had got the most amount of time for going in the Capitol building. MAGA will always blame Black Lives Matter, says Jenny V2. Well, I can't speak on whether MAGA will always blame Black Lives Matter for stuff, but they did blame Black Lives Matter for January 6th, and that is insane. That is That is ridiculous. I mean, you know what the evidence was? So I always ask for evidence. We saw a bus pull up and people change clothes. Okay. Is the assumption that they had to be something else to their changing clothes? Is it possible they still could have been MAGA? No. I don't know. But no, there's no way Black Lives Matter would have went into that crowd. I mean, first of all, it's not safe. It's not safe to even go into that crowd and try to make MAGA look bad. I mean, they're overrunning armed police officers. What do you think would have happened to Black Lives Matter? Yo, 1379. Good morning. The FBI was there. I agree the FBI was there, but did they play the role that Trump supporters are suggesting? Trump would be, how many times has Trump spoken negatively of federal institutions? The DOJ is weaponized. He's spoken heavily against federal institutions. Notice he's not blaming the FBI for January 6th. It's not like he's scared to speak. The fact that he is not saying anything speaks volumes. Yo, good morning or good evening. Yo, are you there? Okay. All right. Okay, Yo, I didn't know she was there or not, but we'll move it on. Continuing on with Kenny. Good evening. Summer of love, y'all ramping up for another election year of, what does that say? I can't pronounce that. Seolan protest? I don't quite read what you're saying there. If the box condoning violence, if the box doesn't come up, we'll keep it moving. Let's see why the box is. A black guy blaming blacks, handsome liberal is a sellout, says Eloy Galvin. Sellout how? Feel free to state it. Like I said, folks, I don't block, ban, or censor commentary. This program has been ran in an uncensored format from day one. What do I always say? It is, always will be MAGA friendly in its entirety. Liberals are welcome, but MAGA are my preferred guests. We don't block, ban, or censor. Now, the idea that the host is a sellout, you elaborate on your point. I think it's ridiculous, but I'll read your comment and we can address it, how I'm allegedly some kind of sellout. Looking in the comments though, how can you support the party of the KKK, says Darren Andrews? Because the belief is there was never a party switch. That's the issue, is that we know the Democrats were the party of slavery. There's no denying the Democrats were the party of slavery. The Democrats were the party of the KKK. No denying. That is 100% factual. But if you go to a Democratic gathering today, and then you go to a modern day Republican gathering, you go to a Trump rally, and I've been to a Trump rally, the idea that the party that founded the KKK, the party of slavery, and you go to one of their gatherings today, there's no way in hell you're going to tell me that something didn't happen. I mean, we can take the Republicans completely out of the picture. You go to a Democratic gathering today, the founders of the KKK, when you go to that gathering, black people are in positions of power. The campaign organizer might be black. We know that the Supreme Court justice is black. We got a VP that's black. Trump's spokesperson is black. There are going to be LGBT members walking all around any Democratic gathering. There's Muslims there. Obviously, the day and age of the Democratic Party being the party of slavery and the party of KKK, something's different. Something is completely different. That's the first thing. Second thing is, you got to take in consideration that regardless of what you think about MAGA or Trump, I think the evidence is in that the white supremacists themselves believe that Trump is on their side. You got David Duke suggesting that if you don't vote for Trump, it's treasonous to the white race. What was the other guy that went with Kanye West to Mar-a-Lago? I mean, I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm giving you what has actually happened. So it's obvious that the Democratic Party, the party of KKK, has made some major changes Just going to a modern day rally. You think the KKK would be okay being surrounded by LGBT, blue-haired folks, folks that are non-Christian, feminists? It's obvious something changed in the Democratic Party. So that's for folks who don't want to admit that there was a party switch. Just take the Republican Party completely out of the picture. Look at the Democratic Party being a party of slavery, the party that founded the KKK, and look at them today. Don't even think about the Republican Party. Just think about a Democratic gathering today and tell me that that's something the KKK could get with. We don't need to bring the Republican Party up at all. Just look at the Democratic Party, the party of the KKK. You tell me something didn't change. You think the modern day white supremacist KKK member will be happy at a Democratic rally with all of that floating around? Obviously, some changes have been made. Looking in the comments, you're speaking about what you see on the outside. That's the whole point. They want you to believe something's changed in the Democratic Party. It's the policies that are the same. You're telling me the Democratic policies are the same as they were during the founding of the KKK. You're telling me that the Democratic Party, when the KKK was founded, would have promoted a black president, black VP. Nothing's changed, is what you're saying. Just to fool people from the outside, we're just going to give a whole bunch of black people really high positions. You're telling me that's what the KKK normally does? To keep people fooled, they promote black people to high positions. Where have you seen that at? Doesn't make sense. I'm just going to tell you, it doesn't make sense. Hot throbbing brain, okay. That name says Republicans want you to believe that. Yeah, I think there's some validity to it. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. Like I said, taking the Republican Party completely out of the picture, just looking at Democrats only, and saying that the modern day Democratic Party is the party of the KKK does not make sense. What did they say? Don't believe your lying eyes. It makes no sense at all. And you would have to ask, if the Democratic Party is the party of the KKK, why are the white supremacists not showing up around it? You think the KKK is voting for Biden? Really? You believe that? You believe the KKK is now cool with LGBT and transgender people? They down with that now? That's what the KKK is today? The party of transgender? I can't pronounce the name, but we'll bring up the next guest. They're embarrassed to admit they actually aren't the party of Lincoln, says Hot Throb. Yeah. Okay, the name, how did you pronounce the name?
It's Baller is me.
Okay, we spoke before.
Sure.
Yeah, like your name threw me off. So do you think there's any chance that Biden will not be on the ballot in 6 months?
If God's willing, Biden will be there. I mean, like Andy said, Joe Rogan, I take him as a joke. Take him as a big joke. But what I was getting on here for, that lady that said her husband had been on live. I was the one that was telling you that my son flew on Air Force One. With Trump. And before he did that, he actually went to, I think it was one of them places, Kuwait or something.
Wait a minute, your son flew on Air Force One during the Trump administration? Trump put him on there?
He was on there during Obama administration.
Oh, Obama. Okay. All right.
He stayed about 2 years after Trump got him.
Because I know Trump did put some kids on. I think it was on Marine One. Trump did that as well with the helicopter. He put them on Marine One.
Right. And but he went to. I'm not for sure which one he went to, but he said as they was coming in to land, they were taking mortifying.
Wow. On Air Force One?
No.
Oh.
This is before.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying he went over to combat zone 2 before he went to Air Force One.
Okay.
And he said they were taking mortifying. He said it was scary, Daddy, but You know, we were doing what we had to do, but their entertainment was. Have you ever heard of a camel's fight?
Camel's fight?
A camel spider.
Camel spider. No, I've heard of a camel toe, but not a spider.
It's close to this big too. But no, their entertainment was to put a camel, spider, and a big giant scorpion in a box and let them fight. Now, have you ever seen a camel spider? A camel spider, it looked like a big crab. I'm talking about it looked like some big crab.
Okay. But
that was their entertainment while he was over there, because they didn't get a chance to go nowhere because they were in a spot where they were taking motor firearms every day.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. So
no, go ahead.
So at the end of the day, though, you believe Biden will be on the ballot. You think that's a good thing for this country? I mean, do you think Biden deserves a second term?
I believe he deserves a second term. I believe he earned it. I mean, he has done more than most presidents done in 4 years. I mean, in 8 years, and he didn't got a lot done in just 4 years. I mean, I do believe that, but I mean, you know, I hear people saying this and I hear people saying that. And another thing, why do these Republicans want us to not see what we saw on January 6th?
Then you tell me, in your own humble opinion, what happened on January 6th, in your opinion?
You know, I was actually in my office at my store. And when I cut on TV, I seen folks climbing up the walls. Mm-hmm. I seen folks breaking windows. I seen folks with bear spray. I seen folks with, I guess, you know, them little plastic handcuffs.
Yep. Twist ties.
With military gear, helmets. You don't go on no tour.
Yeah.
Bringing that kind of stuff. You don't do it. So they knew what they was doing. They knew what they were doing. Like I said, how can you make me not see what I saw? I mean,
but what about the notion that these were adults and they're responsible for themselves? Do you think Trump is responsible for what took place on January 6th?
I believe Trump had a lot to do with it.
How so?
The reason why I say that, you remember that kid that had all them people come down to New York in the middle of time?
Yeah, we talking about giving away PlayStations. Yeah.
Right. And all that stuff broke out.
Yep.
They immediately put him in jail.
Yep. They sure did.
And you know what they said? He didn't have a permit to do that.
Yeah.
Right? Trump didn't have a permit to have him to go to the Capitol.
Yeah. Yeah, that actually came out that when Trump was going to have that protest, his people were asked, you know, or told, better yet, the Capitol building is going to be closed, and they promised that, well, we're not going to send them to the Capitol building. They're going to be where they were. So they didn't know Trump was going to tell them to go to the Capitol building, but it sounds like they were told ahead of time, you know, whatever you guys are going to do, is as long as you keep it away from the Capitol building, and Trump violated that.
Yeah, and I mean, that right there should show you right there. The Capitol building was closed.
Yeah.
It was closed. And then another thing. You say you're from Chicago. I'm from Detroit originally.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to tell you, if I got 12 or 13 people coming at me and there's only one of me, and even if I got a pew-pew, I am not about to risk trying to go at these 13 people.
Right.
Now, you got the police officers standing at doors. They got 15,000 people trying to come through this one door.
It would have been mayhem. It would have been mayhem.
What do you expect these people to do?
Yeah.
They had to back down. They had to stand down.
And you notice the one guy that did shoot somebody was being demonized and said he's a murderer. The one guy who took out Ashley Babbitt, yeah, they call him a murderer.
And that's crazy to me. I mean, like I said, look, Trump, he can be president again or he can't. We about to find out in a little while. And I do believe Biden will get back in there. But I had one more thing else to tell you, and it just slipped my mind for a minute. But God, what was that about to tell you? Ooh, but yeah, if Trump get in there, I hate it. I would hate it. I don't know what this United States is going to turn into, because he's already said he want to be a dictator for one day, but I have never known no dictators that just want to be there for one day. That's why I think he talks to Putin, he talks to Kim Jong-un, he talked to the president of China, he talked to this other guy. All of these are dictators. So he's getting the game plan together. Yeah. He's getting the game plan.
As long as he doesn't run an administration based on revenge, I think the country will be all right. But if he gets in there, I mean, because he's promised scorched earth and all that, yeah, if he does that, then we're fucked. But if he got it back in office and just wanted to correct where he think Biden got things wrong, I mean, it may not be a presidency that the liberals agree with, but it could be just like the first 4 years. Liberals didn't like some of it, but it was just like, the opposition's running the country, you're not happy. But if he's running a presidency based on getting people back and all of that stuff, then it's going to be mayhem.
He didn't already say he was.
Yeah.
That's what his whole campaign is about.
He did say that.
He's going to be the revenge. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been voting since I was 63 years old. I had to start voting in 78. And I've been voting in almost every election since 78. And I got 2 sons. I make sure that they go and do what they got to do, and that's what they do. I try to teach them character. Don't be out here. I mean, I was out there.
Right.
I mean, if they do it, they got it honestly. But I try to try to teach them character and all that. Don't go out here messing with all these women. My oldest son, he's too much like me, but my youngest son, he's married with children, beautiful family. He just got back from Saudi Arabia. He's been all over the place.
It ain't easy, man. It ain't easy. But I do got to move it on, Baller.
Yeah.
It ain't easy.
Yourself, man. I appreciate you letting me in, man.
Absolutely a pleasure. It's always good talking to you again. Looking in the comments, people can't see people can't see that about Trump. What are you talking about? And what Biden's administration is doing isn't revenge for Trump winning in 2016. Talk about not seeing the big picture. Time on my side on YouTube. By the way, for you folks on YouTube, do appreciate all the participation. Certainly at this late hour. Smash that like button if you will. Understand you may not like all the commentary, but this is a free speech program. You may not like what's being said by yours truly or other guests, but understand if you're on the box, you will be brought up and allowed to speak as well. It's not about liking or disliking what you hear. It's about being able to say it in the first damn place. So this is a free speech program. As always, MAGA are my preferred guests. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. We don't block free speech, but I wanted to respond to Time on my side, stating that what Biden's administration doing isn't revenge for Trump winning in the 2016. Talking about not seeing the big picture. I don't think it's a matter, at least in my case, of not seeing the big picture. It's not seeing the proof. I need to see some evidence. Trump is claiming that it is a weaponized DOJ that is being orchestrated by Biden. I see Alvin Bragg. I see Fonnie Willis. I see Letitia James. I see Jack Smith. I don't see Biden doing that stuff. I need to see the proof. I'm totally willing to concede your point, apologize and whatever the hell I got to say that you were right and I was fucking wrong. 100%. I will say that any day of the week. I need to see evidence, though. It can't just be Trump yelling out that it is a weaponized system while he's not providing any proof of that. Where is the proof that Biden is behind all of those prosecutions? Continuing on with the program. You show me the proof and I can work with you. Ricky Bell.
Yeah.
You asked, I answered. Good evening, good morning, or good evening, rather.
How you doing,
I'm doing good. What am I getting wrong?
What?
What am I getting wrong?
I think you're right.
Biden. Well, I think Biden will be president again. So,
do you think he deserves it?
Earlier, you said he would. Well, I don't think he deserves it, but I think you stupid niggers will vote him back in.
Okay, I don't black ban or censor, man, but the app will take you off. So if you insist on using the N-word, I'm gonna have to take you down. Otherwise, you can say whatever the hell you want, but I don't want you to get the whole program taken down because you want to say that. Can you feel me?
So you're okay with me saying niggers, but
okay, all right. Appreciate you coming through.
Well, thank you very
first time I've ever had to. I don't like banning folks, and I don't mind. Like I said, I don't mind free speech at all, but I don't think he was really coming to have a conversation. He just wanted to say the N-word. I don't. It is what it is. In fact, once he said it, I made it clear that I wasn't even going to ban him. Just I don't want the program taken down. First thing he does is go right back to it. And I'm assuming if me and him had to continue talking, he would have probably just kept focusing on the N-word. Look, folks, let me make it clear. When I say free speech, damn it, I mean it. I don't censor, block, or ban anybody. I don't mind a man saying the N-word. If that's what he says in his home, he can say it on the program, but I don't want to lose the whole damn show because he wants to be racist here as opposed to at home. Keep it at home. There's a whole lot of synonyms for the N-word that you can use and still get your damn point across. Negroes, colored, whatever the hell you want to use. But he wanted to do that to be openly racist. So there's other places for it. But if you do, normally I tell my guests, look, you can come on back anytime, but that guest there was for sensationalism. I don't think he was really adding anything to the program. Looking in the comments, he doesn't debate, he ignores the best comment, says Daniel Morgan. Well, your comment doesn't say anything. Otherwise, I would have responded to it. In the comment before that, you typed in, absolutely not. You're biased and spit misinformation. I don't see any of your comments that are worthy of debating. He's voted the way he's been told nearly 50 years. I'm assuming you're talking about Biden voting the way he's been told since he would have been in his 30s. Where's the evidence of it? Like I said, folks, when I say free speech, I mean it, but when you throw accusations out there, I'm going to ask for evidence or proof. If you're suggesting that Biden has been told how to vote for the last 50 years and has not done anything on his own, show some evidence. Show some evidence that he's being controlled. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just, I feel this way. Remember, MAGA often says, F your feelings and things like that. This sounds like how you feel. It's not based on any real evidence. Looking in the comments, large apologies on behalf of courteous Republicans, says Joel. You don't have to apologize to me. That guy, I'm going to hold that particular guy in the category of being a racist. He wanted to be, whether he was a racist troll or a genuine racist, but he was in the comments saying, bring me up, kind enough to bring him up, and all he wanted to do was have the pleasure of being able to spew the N-word. Wasn't even really trying to get into the topic. I mean, he just wanted to talk about the N-word. So I'm not going to blame everybody else, anybody else, but yeah, it is what it is. I mean, most likely that's how he talks at home. If you're going to come out here in front of a bunch of strangers and do that, I can only imagine what you're saying at your house. But he's not racist at all. I'm sure you got a bunch of black friends, he'd tell you. Looking in the comments, who has authority besides the FBI, CIA to indict Biden? No one. Well, Congress can impeach him like they did Trump, but the Senate, is not going to follow through unless you got some legitimate claims on him. But no one outside of that. But I think Trump has exposed some weaknesses in the system, and one being that if Biden is corrupt, he can pardon himself. Trump has kind of shown that, and now Trump is about to show that he also may have immunity. So Trump is actually empowering presidents ahead of him in defense of himself. Please tell me you blocked that man. No, I didn't block him. If he came back on the program and wanted to talk without throwing the N-word around, I will never forget him because of how blatantly racist he was. So if he comes back and says, "Yeah, I would block him," but I didn't block him. I don't believe in really blocking people, but he probably pushed the envelope further than any other guest I had. So he wanted to be since he wanted to be sensationalized, and it is what it is. I just find it disingenuous that you just accept that whatever the government in control pushes, says Big Marcus. I like your comment. I don't accept whatever the government in control pushes, but I do tend to believe that if everybody is saying something, it has more likely a chance of being valid than one dude. Like in Trump's case, he's often saying that the entire Republican Party is wrong and he's right. That doesn't make any sense to me, particularly on a 2020 election. Whereas all of these folks, thank you, Lisa, for the heart. Thank you, and for you folks that are tapping the screen. Get me on up to 90,000. We still got almost 300 of you in here on TikTok and around the same number on YouTube. So YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. And by the way, subscription, if you will, on YouTube and a follow on TikTok. This is how the program is ran. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central is when we're normally here. If you do enjoy civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle, without any concern of the host block banning or censoring you, yeah, subscribe to the program, follow on TikTok. But pushing, disingenuous that you accept whatever the government in control pushes. I don't, but I don't believe one man has all the answers and everybody else is corrupt. That's where you get me, is that all of a sudden Trump came along and everybody around him is corrupt and he's the shining light at the end of the tunnel. That doesn't make sense to me. Even if maybe it's true. Maybe Trump is the only honest guy in Washington, but I haven't seen anything to lead me to believe that the election of 2020 was stolen and every Republican from the vice president on down decided to lie and say Trump lost. Mike Pence is lying. All of his cabinet, from Scaramucci to Omarosa to Ambassador Bolden and Nikki Haley, his whole cabinet, Spicer, they're all lying as well. Just about the whole Republican Senate. Big Rooster. Yeah. Thank you for the hat mustache. All of the Republican senators are all lying and saying he lost an election he won. Only he is telling the truth. I have a hard time believing that. I'm just going to say that the 60 courts wouldn't take his, or better yet, he lost in 60 courts and the Supreme Court wouldn't take his case. They're all lying too. This one dude is telling the truth. And everybody else on the Republican side of the aisle, notice I have not mentioned a single Democrat. These are all Republicans. All people who would have remained in power if Trump won. They all just in sync decided to say a lie. And only Trump is telling the truth. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that. I just, look, and I would have a hard time believing that if it was a liberal or anyone else. Here's what I often suggest. Because we have people in the country that have a significant amount of love for President. Wow, that's a nice hat, C. Osby. Thank you. Damn, that was sharp. We have a significant audience that really, really loves Trump, and then another group that really hates Trump. So to get the explanation across, I always say, take Trump out of the picture. Hell, take the United States out of the picture. Imagine a leader from a foreign country, some leader in Lithuania, Peru, Colombia, somewhere had lost an election. And you hear that leader's party, his whole party, his administration, all are saying he lost. And that particular leader is saying, no, I won. And everybody in government is lying. And half of the members are his own party. Many of these folks that are saying that this leader lost are people that he personally appointed and gave jobs to. And I ask you, would you believe that one leader was telling the truth and his entire party was lying against him? Even though they would remain in power if he was telling the truth? you got to look at it outside of love for the guy. Just look at it from a logical standpoint. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and it wouldn't make sense if a liberal was doing it. Looking in the comments, we have proven 18,000 votes were lost in Nevada, a state only won, but just over 1,000 votes. We don't know who got the votes, but it should have been redone. That came out about 6 months ago. Time on my side. I agree with you. I've said this before, and this is another problem to me that Trump has. 350 million people in this country, at least 150 plus million voted. There's no denying that every single state in the union had election fraud. What Trump should have done is ordered an audit or had his people look into every state, come up with as many cases of fraud as you can find, and we'll take it to the Supreme Court and say, look, we found all of this fraud, whether it's cheating on behalf of Democrats or Republicans. Look at all the fraud we found. I want the election to be redone. All 50 states came up with fraud from all 50 states. Look at all this, because he would have found it. I mean, there's cheating in all 50 states. Democrats cheat, Republicans cheat. There's no such thing as one state that is 100% honest. I believe got as much fraud as he could come up with from all 50 states and presented that. He may have had the Supreme Court look at it a little bit better. Still may have not worked, but I do believe it would have went a lot further than only going to swing states in areas that are Democrat. Now it doesn't look as unbiased. Also, right before the election, a few weeks before the election, North Carolina was in play. Remember, Biden went there in the primary and took it from, I think, I forget, that solidified Biden as the Democratic nominee in North Carolina. But anyway, North Carolina was getting close. In fact, Biden was winning in North Carolina for a short period of time. Trump was already saying that there was cheating going on in North Carolina. Ballot, all of the same shit. Ballot harvesting, mail-in votes, everything you can name. He was saying there was cheating going on in North Carolina. Come election night, Trump won North Carolina. Ever since, he never said nothing else about the cheating in North Carolina anymore. That's a problem, because if his goal is to make sure the election was held fairly, why did you stop investigating the state when you won? That's why a lot of folks view him as not having credibility. It's because he don't look like he wanted to have a fair election. He looked like he just wanted to win. You've been crying for weeks that this state you won had cheating in it. Now that the votes went to you, you don't care nothing about the cheating, huh? You're cool with it. As long as they give you the state, you don't care. Then that looks biased. Now it looks like you won a fraudulent state that you were claiming fraud was happening in. Same thing with Pennsylvania. They made changes to their election process. They said it was because of COVID. The state of Texas, on behalf of Trump, sued the state of Pennsylvania, suggesting that their changes violated their own state's constitution. When they were doing that, the governor from Montana, who happens to be a Democrat, appeared on This Week with George Stephanopoulos and stated, we made the exact same changes that Pennsylvania made. But because Trump won our state, they're not suing us. Why is that? No one had an answer for that. You're suing Pennsylvania because the changes are unconstitutional. But you're willing to give it a pass in Montana because he won Montana. No one had an answer for that. This is why I said it would have been better if he had sued all 50 states and then said, look at all this fraud or something, and maybe been able to get somebody to entertain it from an unbiased perspective. But when you're only going to places you lost while admitting that cheating is happening in places you won, it looks like you don't give a damn about fraud. You just want to win. You'll be okay with fraud as long as you win the states. That's where the problem is. And that from that point on, my opinion, it hurts his credibility. Because there is a lot of footage of him saying cheating was going on in North Carolina. There is no footage of him saying that North Carolina needs to be investigated after he won. None. Even though there's all this footage of him saying it was cheating there. You're okay with fraud as long as it works works in your favor. Also, 2,000 Mules I've brought up a number of times. Everybody undoubtedly will go to 2,000 Mules anytime we talk about there's no proof and cite 2,000 Mules as an example. 2,000 Mules is a bad example of fraud. I'm going to tell you right off the bat. I watched it 6 times. Christy Tory. Thank you. Thank you, Christy. Good morning to you, or good evening. 2,000 Mules is a really bad example, and I'll tell you why. Said it before, said it many times. First of all, they specifically targeted Democrats. Just like Trump, they weren't looking for an unbiased accounting of fraud. They were looking for Democratic fraud. They went to Arizona, they went to Phoenix. They went to Wisconsin, they went to Milwaukee. They went to Michigan, they went to Detroit. They went to Pennsylvania, they go to Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. They go to Georgia, they go to Atlanta. What's going on in the red areas of these states? I don't know. We didn't go there. We only do our investigation in Democratic areas. If the police only go to your neighborhood, guess where all of the crime is in that state? It's in your neighborhood. It's the only place they're policing. That's right there alone enough to make TikTok look, that TikTok, somebody's coming in, but that alone right there is enough to make the whole Dinesh D'Souza 2,000 Mules lack credibility. You're only going to Democratic areas looking for fraud. Is it just an assumption that all Republicans are honest, which alone is biased in its own thinking? You didn't go to any of these Republican areas. What happened in Decatur, Georgia, or Savannah? Did you go down there and check? No, we just stayed in Atlanta. Did you go up to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and check? No, we were good in Detroit. That's all we need to check. Yeah, so then it's biased. Not only that, but then you see pictures of people going into mailboxes and things like that. You see them apparently stuffing ballots and coming in to the same mailbox over and over again. Fine. But what's on the ballot? You see the same guy coming to the same mailbox over and over again. Looks suspicious as hell. I agree. But what is on the ballots he's carrying? If Black Lives Matter or Antifa can allegedly go to a Trump gathering, talking about January 6th, to make Trump look bad, you're going to tell me a Republican can't go to a Democratic area and cheat? Doesn't work both ways, huh? It only works when Democrats do it. So Dinesh D'Souza assumed that all of the suspicious stuff he saw in Democratic areas was all Democrats doing it. There's no way in hell a Republican would go to a Democratic area and cheat. But Antifa would go to a Trump rally and do it. This is why none of this stuff fit. The main problem with Dinesh D'Souza's claims in 2,000 Mules is every claim he made had to also be accompanied with an assumption. And assumptions don't work in court. You got to have proof. Like I said, you see somebody going back and forth. Wow, that's a nice train. S. Friday. Thank you. Thank you, S. Friday. I appreciate that. Thank you. Every claim that Dinesh D'Souza made only works when you assume it's also being done by Democrats. Jackie with the money gun. Thank you. You see folks going to the same mailbox over and over again. So we got to assume they're doing it on behalf of Democrats. The cell phones show that somebody is constantly driving past the same mailbox over and over again. So we have to assume they're doing it on behalf of the Democrats. You're telling me a Republican can't be doing that in that area? You're telling me that can't be a Republican dropping those ballots off in the Democratic area's mailbox? We just got to assume it's all... That doesn't work in court. That right there blew the 2,000 Mules claims away, which is why the moment that movie became available, the powers that be watched it and announced within, I don't know, a few hours, this is nothing. Because they're going to ask the same questions I asked. How do you have any proof that all of this is on behalf of Democrats? You can't see what's on the ballots. You're just assuming because it happens in this neighborhood, it has to be a Democrat. There's no evidence to that. So it doesn't work for that. Dinesh D'Souza hasn't been credible since birth, says No Name. Yikes. And I also will tell you this. You wouldn't believe any damn thing about Trump coming from Al Sharpton. You wouldn't believe it coming from MSNBC. you wouldn't believe anything negative about President Trump coming from filmmaker Michael Moore. But everybody's supposed to believe Dinesh D'Souza, who leans right and was actually pardoned from prison from Trump. He's unbiased. The guy who received a pardon from Trump is now making movies about how the election was stolen from Trump. And that's supposed to be accepted as unbiased, knowing you would never accept that the other way around. 2000 Mules is a bad example of election fraud. I'm just going to tell you that. There's so many ways of tearing that apart. It's just unacceptable. Looking in the comments, you don't think that's why you vote Democrat, says. Yeah, ouch. That's harsh. They were in areas where Biden got 99% of the votes. Are you stupid? That's the point I'm making. Is that if the let me use your example back at you. A Republican gathering, January 6th. Folks believe to make Trump look bad, Black Lives Matter went out there, sparked a riot, or Antifa, or whatever the case may be. But some non-MAGA entity, liberals, went out to the gathering on January 6th to make Trump look bad. But now you come back and say that what Dinesh D'Souza did was in Democratic areas and ask, am I stupid? As if it's impossible for a Republican to go into a Democratic area and do the same shit you're suggesting that Antifa did at the rally. So Democrats can go to Republican gatherings or Republican areas, but it doesn't work in reverse. This is what I'm talking about when I say biased thinking. Democrats are bad, Republicans are good. Your statement is it's biased as the days is long. There's no proof that those were Democrats. You're just saying it's in Democratic areas, therefore it must be Democrat. That will never make it in court. Never. You could have a Republican that was cheating, but also had a job in that area. I just figured I'd drop him off at this mailbox on the way to work or the way from home. There's a million reasons why a Republican could be in a Democratic area doing that. You want to see it only one way and refuse to accept anything else. You're literally forcing a square peg in a round hole just to say I put something in there. It doesn't make any sense.
I think he just has health problems, and then
that's Rogan suggesting that Biden won't be on the ballot. Going back to the box, so as Fry Daddy, good morning. What am I getting wrong here, man? Am I going off the deep end with this?
No, man. I agree with 90% of the stuff you say, but
wow.
So I was trying to come up due to that blue screen you had up about Biden being in the election or not.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of variables that go into that. To be honest.
You know why? Do you know why I had that up there?
No, I don't.
Listen.
May.
I think he's got until May.
No way.
I feel like right around May they're going to pull him.
No way.
Yeah.
And Newsom comes in.
I think he just has health problems, and then the country understands, and Newsom is going to have his support fully, and Kamala is going to I don't want to be president. I'm cool with being.
What do you think, Joe Rogan?
Man, I don't know, man. It's all theories, but we're not going to know until the time comes.
Yeah.
But I think there's going to be a lot of things that come into play with it. I think, and let's be real, the media only shows, if you're watching Fox or Republican news, it's only going to show his mess-ups and his hiccups that make him look like he has dementia.
Right.
I don't know whether, you and I don't know if he really does or not, because we're not with him on a daily.
Right.
NBC and all those other CNN, they're not going to show his hiccups. They're going to show Trump's hiccups. I think the debates, if he truly is serious about having a debate with Trump, I think that is going to be a big factor, because people are going to be able to see how he holds himself, how he speaks at the debate, and they're going to see firsthand. Because I can tell you now, bro, I thought Biden had really bad dementia this whole time until I watched his State of the Union.
And that's what I was going to tell you. I'll let you continue, but when you said that the debate will let people see, I think if you've seen the State of the Union or you've seen the Correspondents' Dinner yesterday, and you're still saying he has dementia, and also he had that really anti-MAGA speech where he had the Marines on the side and it was in a dark red hue where he was criticizing the hell out of MAGA. He's had a bunch of speeches showing he can talk. If none of that made up the minds of people, I don't think a debate would make a difference. I mean, he had a debate with Trump before when he said, "Won't you shut up, man?" And they still said. So I don't think you can convince the unconvincible.
Right. I don't know, man. That State of the Union shocked me, dude. I mean, yeah, did he have some hiccups? Yeah, but nothing like what the news was showing. Dude, I thought he gave a really good State of the Union address. Yeah. So yeah, I think the debates are going. But the thing is, I mean, you run into these debates, and is he even going to have time to talk? Because you know how Trump is.
Yeah.
Trump's going to be cutting him off every other word, and it's going to be like, oh, great.
Well, and because of what you're saying, where Trump may cut him off and not be a professional at debating, I don't think it benefits Biden at all to debate. I mean, first of all, if Biden gets up to, just like at the State of the Union, first they're going to say he has dementia, like what you're agreeing with. But if he gets up there and speaks coherently, like at the State of the Union, then they're just going to say the shit he was saying is ridiculous. I mean, it's either you can't talk or you're talking and saying dumb shit. You know, you're saying liberal stuff. No matter how he does it, he's going to do it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but it gives him, I don't know, man. I think he needs to, because, you know, he'll be able to make his claims on what he did for the country while he was in office. Trump will be able to say, hey, well, this is what I did. And that's where you get a lot more of the fact. I mean, think about it. After every debate, they're going through and they're fact-checking everything that was said. You know, I think I think it's important. I don't remember ever having a presidential race where people didn't debate.
Well, Trump has already did that in the primary. He didn't debate in the primaries, and it didn't hurt him at all. He still...
Well, that's because he was the only Republican candidate that was really, that everybody...
He still should debate. He still should have debated.
Support behind him. I don't think he really needed to debate.
But see, that's a statement that is generally in favor of people who support Trump, where they don't give Biden a pass when he doesn't want to debate, but they give Trump a pass, even though Trump was far ahead of those candidates. In my opinion, if you're running for president, you should debate, period. You don't get to pick and choose what excuse is legitimate for not coming to the debate. Because now all of a sudden it's a matter of, well, Trump's excuse for why he didn't go is acceptable, but Biden's is not. No, if you're running, you debate. Simple as that.
Well, I'm saying if you had 5 other people that were trying to run for the Democrat president,
yeah,
and Biden didn't show up,
then he's at fault too.
This year, though, him being president, you think
you should.
I mean, but that's the issue I had last year. Why? How did and that's why, and not to get into whether or not the election was rigged or not, but the problem I had with it is, how can this man hide in his basement during the whole election? I mean, you can say it's because of COVID, you can say whatever, but he was in, what you would call the basement the whole time, and then somehow he gets the most votes anyone's ever had.
Yeah. But it's simple. I've answered this question numerous times. How the hell could Biden get more votes than Obama and things like? Biden didn't get a damn thing. It's the hatred of Trump. They're not voting for Biden. They are voting against Trump. Like I said, this is the way I look at it. There were three boxes on the ballot. One says I'm voting for Trump. The other box says I'm voting for ballot. There's a third box that says I'm not a big fan of Biden, but there's damn sure no way I would vote for Trump. That box has more votes than Biden by far. That's where everybody's checking off, is that I hate Trump box. They're not voting for Biden. He would get those votes in his basement again. Like Mark Cuban, owner of the Dallas Mavericks from Shark Tank, said, he said, I would vote for Biden. I wouldn't vote for Trump if Biden was on his deathbed receiving last rites. He's not voting for Biden. He just said even if the guy was dying and receiving last rites, he still wouldn't vote for Trump. He's not voting for Biden. He's voting against Trump. That's where a lot of the votes are.
Right. Yeah, no, I can see that. And I think the other thing, I think the debates are going to be key. I think, depending on how he does in the debates, if he debates. And I think the other thing is it's coming down to Trump's legal issues. I think if they do a good job if Trump comes out and is found not guilty, or the stuff gets dismissed because, the courts say, yeah, he has immunity. I think if the legal things go in Trump's favor, I think that's going to be a big effect too, because
I
if
gotta
they were to
disagree.
spin it off and make it look like it really was a political witch hunt.
Yeah, I gotta disagree. To me, Trump's cases are like O.J. Simpson. No matter what the jury says, people already got their mind made up. I mean, there's nothing you're gonna say to people to make them think O.J. Simpson didn't do it. There are folks who think Trump is innocent and they can't be swayed, and there are people who think Trump is guilty. And if Trump is found innocent, they'll just think the courts were working on Trump's behalf. Just like with the election, there are folks who believe the only way Trump can lose is for Democrats to cheat. And there are folks who believe only way Trump can be found not guilty is for the courts to be on his side. I don't think any debate matters. I think people's minds are made up. I don't think anybody's going to listen to Trump or listen to Biden and say, I was going to vote for Trump, but now that Biden said this, or I was going to vote for Biden. These men are so far apart. The direction they want to take this country in is polar opposites. Yeah, I don't think there's hardly anybody in the middle at this point.
So I kind of agree, but I want to disagree because there's a lot of people, and it's been very clear that are still undecided because of Trump's legal issues. I think it affects Trump more than it affects Biden,
right?
Because a lot of people, if Trump is found guilty of something, obviously.
But that goes back to my point. If you're gonna, if Trump's legal issues are what sways you to vote for Biden, you are checking that third box that I just talked about. You're not voting for Biden. You're voting against Trump because you think he's a criminal. That's what I'm talking about. The third box is what's beating Trump. This election is Trump versus Trump. Biden is just a beneficiary of it.
So you don't think that there's anything that'll change anybody's mind from now until election?
Yeah, but it's very minimal. I think certainly, as you pointed out, there are some folks out there that believe that if Trump is convicted, they won't vote. But I think most folks are going to either vote for Trump or against Trump, regardless of what the courts say. I mean, my MAGA audience are like, I don't give a damn what they say. You got folks that say I'm voting for him even if he's in jail. So, yeah.
No, I don't think so, bro. I think they'd be able to take him off the election at that point. Because I can tell you now, man, like I said, I'm with you on, dude, if Biden had another 4 years, we can sit here and say he's the worst president ever, us Republicans, but it's not true, dude. One man does not make the decision for the whole country.
Right.
Your congressmen and your senators are way more important than your president. They're the ones that are passing the bills. And I mean, the president has to sign off on it. But if he doesn't sign off on it, so what? It goes back to the Senate, they vote on it, and it gets put, into motion anyways.
Yeah.
I just have a hard time. I don't know, man. I don't look at it like that. I don't think the president's the most important thing out there.
I don't either, but they can still do a hell of a lot of damage. To me, 4 more years of Trump, if I look at how the country's ran between 2017 and 2020, yeah, I'm not happy with all of it, but I don't think 4 more years of Trump is that harmful. What I'm more afraid of is him promising to be, scorched earth and go after and destroy stuff. If he just ran on Republican principles, look, there may be some things here or there that I favor or I dislike. It is what it is. I mean, just like when there's a liberal in, there's going to be things that as a Republican you may not like. But he is promising to do shit that is outside the norm. That dictator on day one. A lot of this stuff, well, you're taking them out of context. Why is it even being said? That's the stuff that is making folks a bit hesitant, because he's saying these weird things about him going after people and things like that. Other than that, look, we can get by with another 4 years of a Republican or a Democrat, but this, promising to be on revenge and all of this stuff is what's scaring people.
He said about Hillary, if he gets elected, they were going to lock her up, and she never got locked up for any. Like, that stuff's not going to happen, dude. He doesn't have the power to do that kind of stuff. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole dictator thing. I do believe that y'all, when I say y'all, not you specifically, but a lot of Democrats really take that to heart and believe it. Like, anyone with any sort of common sense would know that there's no way he would be able to be a dictator.
Well, but if you're going to talk about common sense, that should apply to, Beto O'Rourke saying, you're damn right, we're going to take away your guns. Common sense should have told you can't do it, but people still voted based on that. I mean, if you don't want people to not think logically, don't say crazy stuff. I mean, the minute Beto O'Rourke said that, people are holding them accountable. In fact, they're blaming all Democrats. saying that all Democrats would do what Beto O'Rourke was promising. So you can't blame the Democrats for taking Trump at face value when we know the Republicans do the same for liberals.
Yeah, I mean, that's a valid point. I think that the Beto one's a little different because, you know, that goes down to the state. Every state makes their own law. I mean, look at New York.
You can't, as a governor, no, you're saying, hold on.
Just for New York to find
you can't.
The Supreme Court to say that New York's being unconstitutional.
No, you can't take away as a governor. If Beto O'Rourke had won as a governor, you can't take away somebody's federally constitutionally protected Second Amendment rights as a governor. He would have lost. The Supreme Court would have tossed that. He can't do that. So,
but he can make it stricter by making, you know, having requirements. Like in the state of PA, it's much easier for me to go get a pew-pew. It's so much easier for me to go get a concealed carry permit. In the state of New York, it's a complete opposite, dude. I mean, you're going through loopholes just to get it. And that's what I'm saying. When people fear that, you know, when it comes to Beto making a state, or when it comes to Republicans fearing that Beto is taking their gun rights away, I think that's what a lot of us would fear if that was to happen, is now you're going to turn Texas into what New York is.
Well, yeah, but that same thing applies to the stuff that Trump is saying. You're saying he can't do it. Well, he could move us closer in that direction, which is what you're saying about Beto O'Rourke. He's not going to take away guns, but he's going to limit it or do. He can move us in that direction. Trump could possibly move us in that direction. I mean, you got
day one,
huh?
But dictator day one, how's he gonna be a dictator? You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the stuff he says is so off the wall. It's like
well, let me just say it like this. Instead of saying crazy things and expecting people to know it's crazy, just don't say them. You can't blame people for taking you at your word. I mean, you're faulting the people for saying he said this. I mean, he didn't have to say it. So don't promise something you can't do if you don't want people to take you at face value. Nobody made him say that. And in fact, Sean Hannity tried to stop him from saying it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's why the border is one of the biggest, you know, when we sit here and look at, you know, what makes us vote for a president. That's why I think the border issue is one of the top issues that we have this year, because that's something that the president does have a lot more power over rather than, you know, these other issues. So, you know, is the border the most important issue in America right now? Heck no, bro. It's nowhere even close.
Well, one third of women live in a state with a heavy Republican led abortion restriction. So that affects a hell of a lot more people than the border. Because if you live in Boise, Idaho, you ain't dealing with illegal immigrants. You are, I mean, so I want to point that out when you talk about how many people have to deal with an issue. That abortion ban is covering a lot of women.
Yeah, I mean, right, and I think, my view on, my view don't really matter on that.
Yes, it does. You're gonna vote. Damn sure your view matters. Yeah, it does.
Right, but I'm not anti-abortion. I don't think that you should just be able to get an abortion for no reason because you don't want a kid no more. You know, I think, you know, the first trimester belongs to the female. After that, you know, yeah, if you're having complications or you think that, you know, your body's at risk or your life's at risk because, you know, it's not safe to have a kid. Well, no woman should ever have to be forced to have a kid when her life's at risk. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are different things.
But see, that's the problem, is that as Trump admits, the Republicans went above and beyond. Most Trump supporters and Republicans speak sensibly just like you. You're for some bans or some limits on abortion, but not, you know, to the point of letting a mom die or forcing her to have a rapist kid. But that's where they took it. They actually went to the right of most Republicans. So that's where the problem is that folks like yourself, who many might see as reasonable, okay, I don't mind a woman having the right to choose, but I don't want her doing it in the 8th or 9th month. That's a reasonable position. But they're putting this shit in the 5th and 6th week. I mean, they want all the way to the other end.
Women don't even know they're pregnant until 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah. So they went to the right of their own voters. They went that bad to the point where you even get, I've had Republicans call in the program and say, I support Trump, but this stuff here is ridiculous. They went to the right, because you notice when they allow the people on the right to vote, the people on the right shoot their bills down in regards to abortion. They went too far to the right with this.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe it's a state issue, though. I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That's my problem, is I do believe it's a state issue. If you don't like your state's view, I mean, I know it sucks because, and it's easy for me to say as a guy, it's much harder when you're a female and you're the one that has to do it. But, you know, there's a lot of states that allow it and there's states that don't.
Yeah. Well, in regards to it being a state issue, I would be more apt to agree about states' rights if these bills, these laws were passed by the people in those states. And you can see when they're allowed to vote, it's clearly not the people voting this shit. And it's what we did is took it out of from a federal level and just gave it to, it's still in the hands of government. It's just not in the hands of federal government. It's in the hands of state government. It's still not the people themselves deciding. Because the people in these states think the laws are too damn strict.
Right. I mean, it's no different. But what I'm saying is the abortion laws are no different than any other laws or rules that are in each state. You know, I mean, for example, like me being law enforcement, you know, in the state of PA, we used to be able to search your car if we had PC on the side of the road. Pennsylvania, it violates our state constitution. The Supreme Court Constitution allows us to do it all day. But our state constitution does not. It violates our state constitution. You go down to Florida or Arkansas or some of these other states, you know, those officers are allowed to search your car on the side of the road as long as they have PC. You know, I use that as an example, and how one state can make something much stricter than another state. And I think abortion is, you know, in line with that. It's kind of the same.
Well, but you gotta, one thing, when we talk about the states' rights, the way this argument works, particularly with Republicans and Trump supporters, is you need to ignore the fact that Mitch McConnell, Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, Mike Pence, and Trump himself have all stated it could go federal. Lindsey Graham said he wanted it to go federal, and when Mike Pence was running for president, he said he would do it in the Oval Office. So it sounds great to say it's not about a ban, we're just giving it to the states, but to make that argument work, you got to ignore the statements that came from a bunch of key high-level Republicans. I think it's pretty obvious. They want to do this federally. They just don't want you to feel that way right now. So let them, just like with the liberals with gun laws. What do we believe? If you give them an inch on the Second Amendment, they'll take a mile. Why doesn't that apply in the abortion rights? When you clearly see them saying they want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it either way. Like I said, personally, like, I don't care whether it's one or the other. I could see it being either way.
Yeah.
I mean, I think all 50 states should have the same laws all the way around, if you're asking me, on everything. Because, you know, how is it okay to do something in this state, but then this state is not because, you know.
Well, I can't say, I cannot agree that the people who live in Cheyenne, Wyoming should have to do the same thing they do in Chicago, Illinois. It is a different environment, but some areas the law should be the same, but there's some other, like hunting, for instance. You got wide open spaces out in Wyoming, whereas in Chicago, you know, you can't even throw a ball 20 feet without hitting something. So I don't think it should be the same everywhere.
Right. I guess I should have clarified on it. Obviously, stuff like that's different, but something such as like abortion or, you know, gun rights, you know, the things that we vote on, the things that we vote on, the things that matter to voters. I think a lot of those key things, it should be the same in all 50 states. Why it's okay to do it in one state but not the other is beyond me.
Religion. All right, I got to move it on. Those appreciate. Thank you, by the way, for the generosity. Thank you very much.
Of course, brother.
Good talk.
Have a good night.
You too. Good talk. Looking in the comments, I wanted to tackle a comment. My YouTube audience is always tearing me to shreds, but I always appreciate dissenting opinion. You can say whatever the hell you want, and I'll read it. I'm not a political person. All I want is a president that believes in God and try to lead this country somewhere and not downhill. Sheila, another one of my female Republicans. Always good to see you folks on, because we talk about the abortion debate, that matters. But the believing God part is divisive, because there is so many people nowadays that don't believe in God. But you said I'm not a political person. All I want is a president that believes in God. I mean, there goes the LGBT community, usually with religion, and the abortion ban is also coming from that area. So it is what it is. I mean, everybody that's religious is not like that, but that is where those anti-abortion and laws that are not pro-trans are coming from. It is coming predominantly from the religious community. Looking in the comment section, I don't agree with what most you say, handsome live. That said, debates matter. Time on my side, and I appreciate that. It's not about agreeing. It's not about that at all. You can disagree all you want. Certainly will keep you on the program. Pleasure seeing you in the comments participating. That's what open free speech, open, can't even get the words out of my mouth. It's getting too damn late. But that is what an open forum, free speech based is about allowing folks to speak. And listen, when I get into January 6th, the 2020 election, I know MAGA's going to rip my ass off. Happens every damn time. I'll tackle the comments. Some of them I think are outrageous. Others I'm willing to concede a point. That's how it's ran. This is the type of dialogue you prefer, where people get to speak without the host trying to censor you all the damn time. You are in the right place. For my YouTubers, I'd encourage you to subscribe to the program, and certainly on TikTok. Feel free to follow. Generally, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central is when I'm here. Christianity has led the West to the greatness it is. The morals it instills in youth are reflected. Vincent, I disagree. And I'll tell you why. As a human being, most of the 10 commandments are instilled in you, no matter what religion. I mean, you can read the Quran, and they believe stealing, adultery, murder, all of that. It's just as wrong to them as it is to Christians. Those traits, those morals are already in you. You don't need to pick up a Bible to know killing is wrong or being a thief is wrong. You could put 10 babies on a damn island together, and all you got to do is drop food and let them grow up together. They'll know growing up that it's wrong to kill another person. I mean, it's just in you to know. You don't need Christianity for that. I don't believe Christianity is what you need to know that that stuff is wrong. You're more what a classical live is today's live, and the political lefty think left, the Dems the same. I don't quite get your comment there, Time. I think I do a little bit. You said I'm more of what a classical lib is. Okay, fair enough. Today's lib and the political left think left. The Dems, well, let me just say this. The Democratic Party has changed. They have went further to the left in recent years. But the Republican Party has went further to the right under Trump as well. They both have done it. That's why I keep saying I don't see a legitimate reason to debate, because these candidates are so far apart. I mean, there's no middle ground anymore. Everybody's in their corners. I don't see either one. That's why I say you debate. Ain't nobody switching. Ain't nobody switching from Biden to Democrat or vice versa. It's very divided now. I would rather have a moral president of either party in the White House than an immoral Trump. Damn. Well, some people believe that Biden with the Ukraine is immoral as well. So it depends. Trump has denigrated the presidency of the U.S. I do agree to that, because before Trump came along, nobody was saying the president don't have to be a role model. Even when Bill Clinton got caught up with Monica Lewinsky, I didn't hear the liberals saying, well, he don't have to really be a role model. Now folks are saying, as long as the president runs the country effectively, nobody cares how awful of a human being he is. Yeah, he's an asshole, but he gives me chica. Nobody used to say that. Now he has really lowered the bar to what we categorize as a good president. I mean, I think that we used to view the president as a role model. I don't remember being a kid and somebody saying the president doesn't have to be a role model. I mean, would you put him on Mount Rushmore? I mean, you can't put most of Trump's quotes in an elementary school. Some of the stuff would be, the kids can't even read it. And this is for my folks who say that LGBT issues are damaging the kids. Get that son of a bitch off the field. You think kids should read that, or punch him in the face? I'll pay his legal fees. I mean, you okay with a kid reading that? I mean, you can't even read the man's quotes. We didn't grow up like that. It wasn't like that when we were kids. That didn't used to be okay. Now all of a sudden it's okay, as long as he gives us a good economy and there's no wars. It's okay to be horrible to people. It didn't used to be like that. So the idea that he's denigrated the office, unless you don't consider that to be denigration, I gotta somewhat agree. Now, and I see the comments, what does that say? Two Core 88 says Biden says that too. Hillary Clinton was known as a person that swore a lot, used swear words and things like that. I think Nixon, there's unedited Nixon tapes. He used to curse a lot. The problem with Trump is he does it out in the open. It's different. It's a different. I think all of us as adults say some shit every now and then. There you go. But you don't walk around a park. You don't go pick your kid up at daycare or something like that, yelling out all kinds of cuss words. Even though you do it, you keep it where it's in a certain environment. You don't go on Twitter where everybody has access to it and say all kinds of awful shit. That didn't used to happen. That didn't used to happen. Now all of a sudden, as Jahim passed in the comments is saying, now if the president says something awful, you complain, you're the one that's a softie. You're the one that's being a snowflake. You should be okay with the president talking like this. Where it's gotten to the point where children can't even repeat stuff they heard from the president without their parents threatening to wash their mouth out with soap. Didn't used to be like that. Now, in the comments, Scott Anderson on TikTok says, Trump gave you truth. You can actually give somebody the truth improperly, though. Your wife asks, how do I look in this dress? Well, baby, that's not really flattering. I don't think it makes your figure look right. Makes you look like a fat ass pig. Both statements is the same thing. You can say the truth wrong. Just because it's the truth don't mean you can say any damn thing you want. We didn't used to be this. We hadn't devolved this far. We've gotten to a point now where anything you say is fair game. It didn't used to be that way. And I don't think it needs to be that way. I don't think it needs to be that way just to get $2 gas. The man can give us the economy without doing that crazy shit. If the normal is Trump, God help us, says Larry Williams. Yikes. Obama is the best president. Best president how? What did Obama do to qualify as the best president? I'd be curious to know. I don't know about that. I don't think he. What is the biggest accomplishment of Obama? Probably Obamacare. When I say big accomplishments, I'm talking about something good that affects a lot of people. And there's a lot of people who believe that Obamacare affected them negatively. People who already had insurance. But I would probably say Obamacare was the biggest thing that Obama accomplished. Killing of bin Laden, he was marginalized. He wasn't that powerful at that point. But I would probably say Obamacare. That doesn't make him the greatest, though. I don't think that. Yeah, I'd be curious. What did Obama do to make him the greatest of all time? I don't see it. Trump is not the best. Barack Obama is the best, says Jay Bush. I don't think either one of them are the best. And I would say, I mean, I hate to say it, but I gotta defend Trump. He did something that was far more of an accomplishment than anything Obama did. But unfortunately for Trump, because of how crappy, once again, we're talking about the wording and what came out of his mouth, he can't even take credit for it. Operation Warp Speed, brought to us by President Trump. If you ask the CDC or the FDA, three-letter organizations that he routinely demonized, they would give Operation Warp Speed credit for saving tens of millions of lives. Obama ain't done shit compared to that. But because of how awful Trump was, he does not go down in history as deserving that credit. That should be by far Trump's greatest legacy is Operation Warp Speed, saving millions of lives. But he can't take credit for it. I disagree strongly, says Leander. State what you disagree about. I'd like to see it. I agree that the Republican Party is morally bankrupt. I was a Republican 40 years until Trump. Wow. I've had a few of you on the program. But I would like to see what did you read? Trump didn't deal with COVID at all. Operation Warp Speed came by way of Trump. He is responsible for that. His signature is in the process of Operation Warp Speed being implemented. He is responsible for that. He don't take responsibility for it. He was speaking negatively of it the whole damn time, and many folks don't credit him for it. But technically, he is responsible for Operation Warp Speed, which the three-letter organizations would say saved tens of millions of lives. That's what happens when you run your mouth so damn much. He can't take credit for something that is colossal. He should be historically considered a president that saved more lives than anybody else in our lifetime. But because of how he was talking out of both sides of his neck on the vaccine, wouldn't admit his family took it, fired Dr. He can't take credit for it. That's what running your mouth would do. He ruined himself on that. That should be a huge accomplishment. Politics are too controversial. True, but it doesn't have to be as controversial as some are making it, because a lot of statements being said don't have to be said. And Star 80 does stuff talks about, says, especially after January 6th. Yeah, January 6th should not have happened. It just should not have happened. Everything about it is wrong. It didn't accomplish anything for Trump, and it hurt his image badly. Even if he wins, January 6th is a thorn in his side. There's nothing good that came out of January 6th. It hurt his image badly. How many MAGA, how many Trump supporters have paid huge prices because of January 6th? Actually, Babbitt ain't even alive no more because of January 6th. Huge prices to pay. Mike Lindell, Rudolph Giuliani, all of these folks, because he insisted he won the election. People have paid. In fact, the only thing saving Trump is the fact that people donated money to him. He probably would be bankrupt if he didn't have the financial backing of so many people in the RNC. He would have destroyed himself, at least financially, in the process. Yeah, January 6th, there's nothing good about January 6th from President Trump. Nothing. The people who believe the election was stolen would have believed it no matter if January 6th took place or not. That didn't even help them out. There was nothing good from January 6th. Trump is waking you up on election Friday. Okay. It ain't that early in the morning. No. It ain't. The Democrats denied every election since Gore. But they didn't act like that. They didn't act like January 6th. I don't think Trump was involved in the raid, but it was still terrible. It was orchestrated by him. Without Trump, January 6th doesn't happen. Without Trump saying he won the election, it doesn't happen. He is the glue that held it all together. He didn't make those people go to the Capitol building, but they are in D.C. because of him. Didn't have to happen. Can you admit the Russian collusion story was fake? The chief investigator of the collusion case, Mueller, doesn't even say it's fake. Mueller said after the investigation, there's not enough to convict Trump. There's not enough to exonerate Trump. That's what he came out and said. Remember, Attorney General Barr tried to reduce his investigative report to like a paragraph, and people were like, no, we need to see every damn thing he said. And he stated, he went on TV and said, I can't exonerate him. If I could, I would. And he said, I don't have enough to charge him with. So no, it ain't fake. It's unfounded. It's unfounded. So no, it ain't fake, according to the guy who had the investigation performed, Mueller. How much do we need to pay for our freedom? We've all been taxed to the bone to the point we have nothing. It's time for a reset of priorities. America's a greedy country. I've said this before. Being capitalist, we are greedy. We have the wealthiest citizen body, the wealthiest citizens are in America. Out of all of the countries on earth, we have the wealthiest citizens in this country. Sure, there are some wealthy sheiks and oligarchs in other places, but as a regular citizen, the wealthiest citizen group is Americans. And we're always bitching about we're being taxed too much, we're broke. Greed is real. I mean, I think I read somewhere that an American making $30,000 per year, which is low in America. An American making $30,000 per year is in the top 10% of everybody on earth. And most of us make more than $30,000 a year. Most of us make more than that. And everybody in the country is bitching that they ain't getting enough money. It's so bad that you can't even talk about helping people out that need it. Healthcare, who's going to pay for that? The Ukrainians are being slaughtered. I don't want to pay for that. I'd rather you fix the potholes in my street. I'd rather drive home on a smooth street and let them die than to have to use my shocks a little bit. I mean, we're money hungry. We really are. I mean, we don't give a damn about anything but making money. Looking in the comments, it's called cost of living here. $1 is worth $1, not other currencies. All right, fair enough. I get it. Why do you say that? It's BS. Trump's going to prison. I don't know, Andy. I don't know. Only person that can put Trump in prison right now is what he has going on with Alvin Bragg in New York. I don't think the other cases are going to go to trial. Jack Smith is meeting a hell of a lot of delay on that Trump appointed judge down in Miami. Folks talk about all these other judges are anti-Trump. That one is pro-Trump. They don't have a problem with that one. Fonnie Willis fucked her own situation up. We'll see how that goes. What else is he dealing with? I don't think any of these cases. You got the documents case. You got them suggesting that what happened on January 6th, was a insurrection or whatever the hell they want to charge him with, sedition or whatever. But I don't think any of that stuff is going to. I don't think any of it is going to culminate to a verdict. I don't think the trial is going to begin before the election. And for Trump, that's a win. Doesn't have to get. He's not seeking acquittal. He's seeking delay. Because he will, if he wins, he will interfere with his own case. He'll play musical chairs with the people over the case, get rid of them, and put some people in that are favorable to him. And they'll just come up and say it was bullshit from the beginning, and the feds have dropped all the charges. To me, how is that not as corrupt as suggesting the DOJ is weaponized against Trump? If you can point out the DOJ being weaponized against Trump, but then Trump becoming president and using that same DOJ to leave him alone, how is that not him weaponizing it also? You're going to direct the DOJ or whatever the case may be to leave you alone, which we know he will do that. We know that's going to happen. If he gets in office, he's going to interfere with his own cases. How is that not equally as corrupt? You believe Biden is sending the DOJ after him, and he's going to get into office and then tell the DOJ to get off of him. He too is interfering with him. Once again, this is what I said earlier. You're not for a fair system. You just want to win. If he interferes with his own case, that is equally corrupt. That's just as corrupt as saying Biden is sending the courts after him. But I understand a lot of you folks are okay with that because it is a victory. Anyhow, folks, it is that time. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. Thank you for